It is a little past 4:15. Welcome to the May 15, 2019 Seattle School Board Legislative Meeting. As we begin, the board would like to recognize and honor the First Peoples of the Puget Sound Territories by acknowledging that we are on the land of the Coastal Salish tribes. We'd also like to welcome Gabby Mismella, who's joining us on the dais this evening from Franklin High School. Go Quakers. Ms. Mismella will have a chance to give comments later in the evening. Welcome. Roll call, please. We are having some technical difficulties that we're working through. Please give us your patience. Thank
Director
you.
Burke here.
Announce yourselves, people, please.
Director Patu here.
Director Geary here.
Director Mack here.
Director Pinkham here.
Director Harris here, and Director DeWolf had a conflict engagement this evening. If you choose to, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Next up on your published agenda is the John Rogers Elementary Choir. However, like many Seattleites this afternoon, they are stuck in traffic. So, Madam Superintendent, the floor is yours. We are swapping and doing the best we can given our limitations. Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm not the John Rogers Elementary choir. I cannot sing. But I am glad we're all here. I do have a few things, if I can find them. I just want to begin by thanking the curriculum and instruction leadership, particularly Mary Margaret and the science coaches, Dr. Kinoshita and Ms. Toner. They have shepherded a 100-plus hour process over the last year to bring these science adoption recommendations to the board today for introduction. This team of educators and community members has shown dedication to both the process outlined by in board policy, as well as ensuring our students receive a world-class, rigorous science education that is aligned to the new science standards. I realize this work has been difficult, and I'm humbled by their work and want to extend my gratitude to them. I know they've kept our students at the forefront of this ethically conducted process, and just want to thank them publicly for that. So starting out, just so you know, you can either call me Your Honor or Doctor now, that I have an honorary doctorate from the University of Montana. Last weekend, this is me and President Bodner, so really excited about that trip. That was fun. I like to ask for my own applause, so. This kindergartner at Concord International Elementary was writing about her party. They were doing persuasive essays about different types of parties. My favorite was the cotton candy party. The whole class was writing about a party they wanted to have, and the good news is I got invited to everyone's party. Made me happy. This is one of our amazing SEL teachers. She was sharing how proud she was of her students' work at Gatewood Elementary. Students shared all the wonders at Genesee Hill. These fifth graders did not miss any of the highlights. I had students waiting on every corner as I turned the corners in the hallways to showcase some of the work that was going on. And while I was there, I discovered the PE teacher at Genesee Hill was a female Olympic basketball player back in the 80s. So we told her if we ever take on the city in basketball, she's on my team. These young scholars at Franklin High, and our student should be in this picture as well, They asked very thoughtful questions to Chief Best and I when we were there visiting with them. They asked about the school-to-prison pipeline. They asked why Seattle Police placed the watchtower in their neighborhood. Very powerful conversations, and every time I'm in community with the young people in this district, I'm always inspired and awed by the attention they're paying to justice and to the things that they feel that they need to advocate for and raise their voices. So I want to thank them for that. JJ and Danny showed me around Lawton Elementary. These fourth graders are very proud of the art and the community being built at their school. It was a lot of fun. That day was picking out books for summer reading at the library, so that was nice to see. This is Tegan. You may have heard earlier in the year, she was a fan of corny jokes, and she learned that I was a fan of corny jokes. So she wrote and mailed me a card with a joke in it a few months ago. And so I finally got to visit her school at Coe Elementary, got to meet her in person, and she came armed with a book of jokes. So watch out for future Juno Journal. Annika and I shared bird stories at Catherine Blaine K-8. She was monitoring quail eggs for a science experiment she was doing. I shared about my observations of Francis the crow. If you have not following my Twitter feed, there is an American crow that has made a nest outside my office window, and so we are chronicling her, the goings on. And so she and her partner, who we've dubbed Frank, keep a close eye from the seagulls outside the window. There are now nestlings in the nest, and so we're keeping a close eye and making sure that things go okay. But I also wished Annika's well on her quail eggs hatching. Josephine was leading her peers in a sight word lesson. This was on Teacher Appreciation Day, or Teacher Appreciation Week, so it was really fun to see this class totally engaged in reading activities. It was a big class. There were all kinds of groups going on, but Josephine was leading her peers in this sight word lesson, and it was a kindergarten class, and it was really amazing. There were groups throughout the room being led by the kindergartners. The teachers were engaged in FMP testing, and all of the students were engaged in reading activities. Staff, Concord International Elementary with Principal Sansalone, and they also had a visit from Good Donut that day. I would like to congratulate him on becoming the official principal and thank him for serving as interim this year. He's proven himself to be a great leader of that school and has been installed as the principal for next year. And so thank you, and I know great things will continue under his leadership. At Gatewood Elementary, Principal Hogg and AP Kaplan showed me around. Both are newish to the school, and they're creating a strong, data-driven, student-focused culture, and that is a top priority from them. It was very clear. The principal and school leadership at Genesee Hill are invested in legacies. While I was there, they had a student whose grandmother was the superintendent of Seattle Public Schools, and so of principal of that school, and so they were talking a lot about the legacies of Genesee Hill Elementary, their ancestors, and how they helped shape the community that they now go to school in. As part of Teacher Appreciation Week, the staff at Lawton enjoyed a delicious lunch provided by their PTSA. It looked and smelled so good. I thought we were invited, but it was just for a picture. Just saying. Principal Dino and I are posing in front of the Keith Haring-like art display that the fourth grade class did. Every fourth grader in their school, these are all over the school building. Every fourth grader is represented, and they're hung throughout the school, so it's pretty cool. Principal Turner and I are in front of the majestic Franz Coe Elementary, and if you have not seen this building, you should check it out. The front of it really does look like the Supreme Court with the pillars, and it's very cool, and she's really so appreciative of this great space and the use they're making of it. It's a very beautiful building. Principal Ladage and I discussed his family engagement work this year. He will say goodbye to about 150 students and families as they transition into the summer. And while he will miss these students, they will get to be the first group in the newly soon-to-be reopened Magnolia Elementary School. This is a room full of early childhood partners at the Rainier Community Center. There isn't a day that goes by in this job when I don't realize how fortunate our district is, and that our students are so lucky to have so many people in their corner helping them succeed. With about 280 school partners and in every space I'm in, and the support that we have and the cheering on and the cheering section that we have, it's really phenomenal. Chief Best showed me around her world. This facility is actually within blocks of here, which we were surprised to find out. It houses a variety of vehicles. I got to see like the bomb car and the SWAT car and all that kind of stuff. But this four-legged friend is one of the bomb sniffing officers, and she showed us how she did her job. It was very impressive. I did a soft launch and ask of my new friends at the Rotary Club. I shared our strategic plan. I shared our plans for summer reading launch and asked them, about kinds of the service work that they're doing and how they might be able to partner with us in our efforts. This is President Cindy. She's president of the Rotary Club, and John Bridge, of course. John's been really helpful at getting me in front of all kinds of different groups that want to support our students, and we're so lucky to have him in our corner. I also met again with Licton Springs K-8 families and staff. It's my third meeting with the community, just talking about different things about their school, their identity, their data, their space. And I know that the overcrowding and sharing space at Robert Eaglestaff Middle School has been challenging, and I'm really appreciative of Principal Alfin and her ability to keep the family, staff, and students focused on what matters most, and that is improving school climate and student learning. This school will continue to define itself and become stronger as a result of this hard work. And thank you, Director Burke, for coming out for that meeting. Thank you to the Seattle Schools Foundation for this wonderful scholarship event. And thank you, President Harris and Director Pinkham, for attending this event. And again, just hearing the stories of the students who received this scholarship was really powerful and just proved their persistence in their pursuit of excellence. And I wish all of them the very, very best on their journeys. This concludes my remarks. Thank you, President Harris.
Thank you. I believe the John Rogers Choir has arrived. So if board members would sit in the front row, we can enjoy the entertainment for the evening. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to sing today. We really appreciate it. We're a little school from Northeast Seattle. We had to bus a long way to get here, and we're very thankful to be here. Our school focus for the month is gratitude, so we're grateful to our audience. We're grateful to our PTA for the bus that provided us the chance to get here, and our t-shirts. And we'd like to share 3 pieces of music that bring us joy and share our heritage from our choir. Some of our members have the same heritage as these songs that we chose. So we would like to start with a song from Russia called The Birch Tree, where we are thanking the birch for its contribution to musical instruments. And we're gonna sing about the balalaika, traditional Russian string instrument that we're gonna make out of the birch tree. Thank you. Can I have our Glockenspiel players take a bow? These students, Joey, Maya, and Violet, have come to our club during our school day to practice those parts. So thank you, and let's let them back in. Let's see if I can. No, okay. Okay. So our next song is a folk song from Vietnam. It's called Qua Cao Gyo Bai, and we're singing it in Vietnamese, but the meaning of it is a young man who meets a woman, and he gives her some of his possessions, a coat and some other things, and then a ring. But when his parents ask where those possessions are disappearing, he keeps telling them that the wind on the bridge blew them away. So this translates to the wind on the bridge. And we have, oh, come. Thank you. We would like to finish with Lift Every Voice and Sing, the African American National Anthem.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the heart
can you join me up? Whoa. Hot spot indeed. There you go. Can you introduce yourself, how long you've been teaching, how long you've been teaching with Seattle Public Schools and at John Rogers? And then we're going to hand the microphone off to you all. Introduce yourselves, tell us which grade you're on, and then pass her down if you would, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Trenier, and I've been at John Rogers for 9 years now, and in the Seattle School District for 9 years. So this has been my home school, and it's been a wonderful school. I'm very glad to be part of it. It's very supportive of the arts. So start back here.
My name is Liam and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Giselle Williams, and I am in 4th grade.
My name is Sari and I'm also in 4th grade. My name is Abubakar and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Lily, and I'm in 4th grade. My name is Maya, and I'm in 4th grade. My name is Java, and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Bethel and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Elizabeth, and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Hazel and I'm in 3rd grade. My name is Violet and I'm in 4th grade. My name is Will and I'm also in 4th grade.
My name is Aurelia Vanso, and I'm in 4th grade. My name is Joey, and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Amari and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Phoebe, and I'm in 3rd grade. My name's Sanaya, and I'm in 3rd grade. My name's Angelina Wraith Miranda, and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Victoria. And I'm in grade 3.
My name is Rose, and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Annie and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Mahi, and I'm in 3rd grade.
Okay, you all need to wave to the camera, and then tomorrow, the camera is right up there, and tomorrow you send the YouTube link to grandparents, cousins, aunts, and uncles, because y'all should be very, very proud. Thanks again.
Thanks for coming and seeing us. All right. Okay, great.
Okay, we are up for board committee reports. Who would like to go first? Director Geary, CNI and Legislative, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, on CNI, our next meeting will be May 21st, 2019 at 4:30. Our agenda is yet another really packed one. I think towards the end of the year, we end up really putting in a lot, trying to get a lot of work done so that things are ready to roll in the next year. So for board action reports, we'll be approving students' rights and responsibilities, or considering moving to full board. Students' rights and responsibilities, PowerSchool licenses, maintenance and support, the career and technical education annual report, along with the CTE tech purchases request. Policy 3232, which is the parent and student rights in administration of surveys, analysis, or evaluations for those who are interested in that topic. And then 2022 is one that I think will be of great interest to a lot of people, which is the electronic learning. It's teed up with a lot of discussion built into it, in that we did a lot of community engagement around electronic and learning and what it means to have electronic devices in our schools. And there was a lot of input and differing, no surprise, in this district. So if you're interested in that issue, please take a look at what's online and always feel free to provide us your feedback. What's that?
Sorry, just for clarification, our committee materials aren't typically posted. The agenda is, but then the community would have to request from the board office to get a copy of
Okay,
whatever.
thank you. But they could also attend the meeting
They can attend.
if they wanted to hear the discussion.
Right, and they can ask the
And
board
or
office.
it's also noticed that if it's passed out of committee, at that point it will come to the board for introduction, and then the next meeting after that potentially up for vote. So I'm just queuing it up so people are aware that it is coming down the line if they're interested in that issue. The policies that will be up for discussion, but not necessarily to be passed through at that point for the board, is 2185, physical education, the annual review, which I believe is part of superintendent procedure. One question that I've asked to be included in the discussion is the intersection around adaptive PE and our unified, because our unified services tend to come under athletics, whereas adaptive PE comes under physical education. And while there seems to be a lot of opportunity for intersection between adaptive and unified, I don't know if we've structured that properly in our district. So I'm hoping in the context of that report, we can see what we can do to make sure that there is the intersecting discussions that should be happening there. And then we also have the CSIP annual approval, the continuous school improvement plans, which come up every year and are always great for good discussion about the district's, the CSIP ends up being now the district's ability to guide our individual buildings in their work, and then it's the document around which the BLTs and the individual buildings can discuss what it is they hope for their building or their school to achieve, the weaknesses, the strengths, the focuses. And it's an opportunity for the district to provide some guidance in that, which is, I think, a really helpful thing. We're going to continue to look at 2015, which is the curriculum adoption policy, which seems particularly relevant tonight because we're going to be doing a lot of discussion about adoption policy or curriculum adoption. And I can't say how much I appreciate now that we're really slowing down that work, because the process that we've gone through now has been very difficult on our district. And so to the extent that we can shore up the policy so that and the procedures such that it will help guide us through a smoother process, I think that's really important work, and one that I will take very, very seriously. And hopefully, as we work on that, we will be going out for the appropriate amount of input. And then up finally is 2024, which is up for approval today. But it's on the consent agenda, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that, because I've heard a lot from families around special education. And so I just want to assure them that we are listening to them. And so there'll be a little bit more discussion about that. As for legislative, I'm going to defer. I know that there's been the passing of 1599, which now, because of the sweeping changes around alternative paths for graduation, we're going to have to be looking at a lot of our policies to see if there's going to be adjustments made. Even some that we're looking at tonight, we anticipate there will be adjustments. But that is all I have to report on that. Director Mack, do you want to add more on that?
Yeah, just that the 1599, I think, is potentially is far-reaching. It will impact some of our policies. I mean, one of the things that happened is that the science exam is no longer required as a graduation requirement. So delinking that has happened, and so I look forward to fully understanding the ramifications. I think everyone is trying to understand how it's going to play out, and it will impact our graduation requirements and credits and so forth. So thanks for mentioning that.
That's it.
Thank you, Director Mack, Chair of Ops, and also Legislative Liaison.
And we already did the legislative liaison. I don't have a family and ed FEP levy oversight update. We did that last time. Next meeting's in a couple weeks. Ops committee. I think the first thing that I actually want to say that I'm super excited about is we had our superintendent evaluation conversation yesterday, and on there is something related to doing analysis around capacity and enrollment, and I'm just super excited about that being a focus because it's something we've been talking about a lot, and we're working hard on, and I just want to say thank you for the continued focus on that. Recently, I'm sorry I'm not remembering the date, we held a session, the semi-annual capital projects update, as well as enrollment and capacity analysis related to one of our policies. That was a really good long work session. Those materials are posted. There's a lot of good data if you're interested in diving into the numbers of wait lists, building capacity, those sorts of things. Our meeting for ops is tomorrow, next door, 4:30, open. Agenda's posted, and as I mentioned earlier, you can access all the materials by calling the board office, and it's this big. So it's like 300 pages. It's big. And so we have a packed agenda, but maybe not as packed as CNI. We are talking always about the work plan, kind of making sure we're planning forward. We'll be talking about our milk contract, because every year we have to approve our milk contract. It's important. Summer food program, there's a number of building-related items on there. Webster, Daniel Bagley, Cascade Parent Partnership, a lot of buildings are getting updated. And we're going to do policy discussion around a number of policies, and these are going to come, they're not coming in the form of a bar that we're going to be moving really quickly. They're coming with kind of draft policy language so that we can have a robust conversation about those policies before we try to move them quickly forward. So one of them is policy 6900, which is facilities master planning. And super excited we have a draft because we're going to also be planning to maintain our 6901, which is levy planning, which previously incorporated a lot of facilities planning policy, but disentangling those two, I think will be really helpful. We're going to be talking about the district notification of juvenile offenders, which is 3143. It's a WASDA model policy, as well as 4500, another WASDA model, unmanned aircraft systems and model aircraft. There's some things we need to put into place around that. And surveillance cameras is 6610. For special attention items, we're going to be getting the annual report on policy 4260, which is facilities, activities, and rental rates, what's going on in all of our buildings that we're renting out, as well as an update around our facility joint use agreements with the city. Those are coming due for renewal sometime soon, and so we'll get an update about where that's at, what the process is, et cetera, as well as an update on the use of our playground development funds. Folks may remember that there's additional dollars that have been focused on developing our playgrounds, especially in some of our higher needs schools. The last two things is we're going to be talking about the proposal for the Enrollment Capacity and Facilities Planning Advisory Committee. And lastly, we just added this, so it's new, is having a quick update on the technology plan as it relates to what is the implementation plan around technology for the district related to the BEX levies going forward. So that sets the stage, that plan kind of sets the stage for what we do in the future. So we're going to get a quick update on that tomorrow as well, and I think that's it. Looking forward to it.
Director Pinkham, Chair of Audit and Finance, please.
All right, Todd Skla, good evening. Our Audit and Finance next meeting's coming up this Monday, May 20th, 4:30, 6:30. Again, I encourage people, if you're interested, to please stop by and listen to the discussion that goes on with ANF. You know, most of the discussion we have there is about being in compliance, that we're making sure we're dotting all our I's and lowercase j's. Items up for discussion at this upcoming Audit and Finance. got 11 bars, and Clover Codd will be helping us with the meeting as our chief financial officer is taking a much needed vacation. So Clover, thank you for covering. And most of what's on the bar is related to SPED, but we do have some Head Start grant applications that come for discussion, sign language interpreter vendors, special designed instruction, which is a tutoring services and other education services. One bar that I found interesting is early support for infants and toddlers. I'm looking for more information on that as well as that comes up, because as we're looking at infants, boy, before we're K through 12, then pre-K for 12, where does now infants fit into the scope of our work? So it'd be interesting to see what that all entails. Continuing our work with the University of Washington EEU is on the item for a bar. The New England Center for Children, again, there's more SPED therapeutic day treatment, Seattle's Children's Hospital, private school, proportional share, that deals with how much money we do get for SPED and how much we also need to make sure that our private schools get their share as well. McGillivray PTA grant is going to be coming forward as a bar, and probably, I don't know, much needed. I don't know how old our replacement vehicles are. Time to start replacing some of the vehicles we have in our fleet, so that will be coming forward. Informational items coming up for this next meeting, renewal employment agreement with an amendment, and we'll be working with old boy on that information only item. Got some contracts exceeding $250K. And starting the conversation on policy 5253, which is about maintaining staff and student boundaries. It's coming forward as information only item, and we'll look forward to how that proceeds. Some grant inventory for us that, again, we'll think definitely with help with Director Geary, making sure that we're considering all grants that our schools are getting is now becoming a regular item on A&F. After that, shortly after our May 20th meeting, we'll have our quarterly audit A&F meeting on June 2nd. So watch out for that one as well. And then following those, our June and August meetings. And also just want to announce that I do continue to have my monthly meetings with Andrew Medina. The next meeting I'll have with him will be on Thursday. And that's more private meetings as we update, see how things are going within our district. And that's what I have for A&F. Gatsiaya.
Okay, on executive committee, we continue to work on board superintendent / staff communications. We're working through it. We're having rich, thoughtful conversations using examples of how would I, what would I have done differently, etc., and weaving that in. We have not had an official exec committee meeting since the last one that we reported on 2 weeks ago. The next one is a week from tomorrow, May 23rd, and we hope that our friends and valued colleagues at SEA will be joining us so that we can have lovely conversations that are not necessarily collective bargaining related, so that we can have thoughtful conversation, what's on their horizon, what's on ours, so we can tee those up. Y'all are welcome. It's a public meeting. Also wanted to say something about the lack of materials for the committee meeting agendas. Nobody up here or on staff is trying to be non-transparent, but as folks will recall, we are under a federal court consent order, probably one of the most stringent in the United States of America and other legislative bodies in terms of having all of our materials uploaded on the web have to be ADA compliant. Additionally, we have very narrow bandwidth in terms of staff and money to do that. However, the board staff that we do have is most helpful. If you call them up and ask them for the materials one by one, they will get them to you probably within a couple of hours, if not the same date. They're extraordinarily elegant about it, and A, I wish we had more money to do those interpretations and translations, and B, I wish we had more money that we could do more community outreach and more staff for the board, because quite frankly, we are running them into the ground. And with that, Gabby, you are up. Ms. Mezmela serves as the ASB Vice President of Franklin High School. In addition to the traditional school activities ASBs coordinate across the city, Gabby was instrumental in coordinating Franklin High School's Keep the South End Safe campaign and student-led action last year in the horrific and sad aftermath of losing student Ryan De La Cruz. Her passion for our school in the south end of Seattle is unrivaled, as is her dedication to Franklin High School and the surrounding communities. Your comments, please. Tell us what we need to know. Tell us what you want us to know. And tell us a little bit about where you're going.
Okay.
Thank you.
I first want to say thank you guys for allowing me to sit up here with you. And I also want to say thank you for helping us or providing us new windows and doors at Franklin during the summer. It's a key necessity to better our environment, school, and we greatly appreciate it. If someone were to ask me what Franklin meant to me, I would tell you that it was my home. While spending the last 4 years of my life here, I've come to terms that I wouldn't want to spend my high school years anywhere else. Franklin is a place where we turn our trauma into celebrations, where equality is practiced and preached, where aspired leaders are constantly pushing past the barriers. It is a place where all hope is given. Growing up in the south end of Seattle, it's easy to lose grip of aspirations and dreams and confine them based off of the reality that hits majority of minorities. We're told to dream big and reach for the stars, but at the same time, we're given these restrictions of stereotypes that hold us back. But at Franklin, we're free from all the stereotypes, and we have people in our corner who actually want to see us succeed. Some highlights I want to mention are that our national mock trial team is currently in Athens, Georgia, defending their title. We have ultimate Frisbee players playing for national teams and professionally while still in school. And for years, we've had our annual Power, Justice, Freedom, but particularly this year, it was 100% student-driven. I could go on about how amazingly unique Franklin is, but as great as I can make it sound, there are also many things holding us back from being better. One thing I would like to mention is that Franklin is the only South End school or South End high school that doesn't have access to procurement cards. Our leadership and ASB teams and advisors are often spending our own money or having to go through the processes of POs, which is very stressful for our students and our advisors. And we know that Cleveland came earlier in the year and mentioned that they didn't have access to these cards, but since requested, they got it, and as well as Rainier Beach. So we're just asking if it's possible, if we could get those as well. And then another thing I want to mention tonight is the inability to hold events or fundraisers when working with the rules of the 609. As the current ASB Vice President, my team and I often find it difficult having to follow all the rules and regulations that are given. And as much as respect as we do, or as much respect we give for the 609 and you guys for the rules, we just want to find a common ground so that everybody can, have the events and do what we want to do. And then, that's really all I have. And then a little bit about me is that I've actually just got accepted into the Academy of Rising Educators. Yeah, so I will be continuing my education next year through you guys, which I'm super thankful for. And that's about it. Thank you.
Do any board directors have some questions for Gabby? Comments? Other than, I am so thrilled. You made my day. Thank you for that, Rising Academy. Director Mack?
I appreciate that you brought questions to us. I'm not sure where the procurement card issue goes to staff. Director, Mr. Nielsen's raising his hand, so you'll get connected. So thank you for bringing that issue. And I just want to say thank you for mentioning the importance of the buildings and the windows. And I'm glad it's made you happy because it's so important. Being warm and dry and safe in your buildings is so important. And so thank you and congratulations.
Director Burke, please.
I also want to congratulate you and ask in as far as education, what is your passion? What age group or what focus area?
I think my main priority going into this was kind of giving back to my community. It wasn't necessarily working with certain type of people or with a certain type of education area. It was kind of just me wanting to give back because I know how much everybody in the Franklin community has given for me or has done for me. So I just want to be able to add on to that.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And I really appreciate your range of comments. As Director Mack mentioned, the facilities, collaboration with district and our systems and our labor partners and finding a way to really center students in that conversation. And so thanks for bringing that up.
Superintendent, you betcha.
Thank you, and thank you for all your student advocacy and rising up and making sure that you're giving voice to the right values that your school holds, and for being a leader. You were in the circle with us, with Chief Best and I. You're doing the right things, and so I just want to thank you for raising your voice. I want to thank you for being a part of the Academy for Rising Educators and for being a strong Black woman in that movement and making sure that we are going to be really happy to welcome you back as an educator in this district. So thank you.
It's a whole new definition of paying it forward. Thank you very much. Okay, we have come to the consent agenda. May I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we've come to the consent agenda. It's been moved and seconded. Do directors have any items they would like to remove from the consent agenda? I have one, and that would be to correct and amend the minutes of the April 23rd, I believe, work session. Other directors have items they'd like to remove from the consent agenda. Director Geary.
Amendment to Board Policy 2024, online learning.
And that's what number on the
Number
consent?
5, excuse me.
Thank you, ma'am. Any others that would like to be removed and addressed in action items?
Yeah,
Director Mack, please.
I think the corresponding similar 2420, I think acknowledging the...
Is that item number 6 on the consent agenda, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
The fact that these
Okay.
numbers are so close, 2024 and 2420, it's really hard to keep track
Okay,
of.
number
but both of them.
5, number 6, and the minutes have been removed from the consent agenda. The consent agenda as amended, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Consent agenda has been passed. We will move those 3 items to action items. Now we come to director reports. And I would ask my colleagues to save their comments for science adoption until we get to that introduction item. Who would like to give their board comments first? Don't all yell at once. Director Burke, then Director Geary. Thank you.
So with your permission, on the science, I had some general comments that I did want to share, and then the specific ones, but I will try to be cognizant of time. So to begin, thanks everyone for coming, and it's been a busy month so far, and last month as well, for staff and board and community. A couple of things that have been in my recent history. I had the pleasure of doing a tour of the Fair Start Culinary Program. They're providing our students with a really amazing low barrier opportunities that integrate learning, building community. They operate a culinary, basically an entire system, preparation, serving, cash handling. And so they provide training and experiences for our students at Interagency and some of our NOVA students. And their impact on graduation rates and retention rates and attendance rates for those students is really powerful. So I encourage my colleagues to take that tour if you can. I want to commend Superintendent Juneau for her passion and support, her thoughtful leadership around Licton Springs and that community. I think the multiple visits that she's made and the focus on that work, it really speaks to how your values are aligned and trying to bring that community to a place where they feel heard and their students get both the social emotional supports that they've historically valued and spoken about, but also the student growth and academic outcomes that I think everybody here is aspiring for. So publicly, I want to commend you for that. I had a community meeting a couple weeks ago. The topics that came up were, of course, science. We had some high school teachers and adoption committee members present, had rich, thoughtful conversation about that. We had some folks from Washington Middle School, and their ask for us as a board, and specifically for the district, is to really support their school with positive action, district facilitation as they work through budget, staffing, and CSIP development and leadership transition. At the meeting, we also got an update on our dual language immersion programs. We had a community member that has been really active in helping those out. An update on what's going on at Lincoln High School with the Spanish and especially the Japanese program, which had previously been a little bit at risk based on enrollment. And I think through the support and enthusiasm of the community around it, it sounds like they have a viable cohort for that, which is really exciting. So just as a tee up around one more thing, I had this supreme pleasure earlier today to visit Denny International Middle School. I see some of the folks that I met at Denny in the audience, and so I want to put a special thank you to Anastasia Sanchez and Principal Jeff Clark for taking time out of their day where really they need to be running the school and managing students to talk to me about my concerns about their successes and some of the amazing things going on there. I got to visit 3 classrooms, a 6th, 7th, and 8th, and see what they've done with that program. So that was really neat, and thank you publicly for that. So the general comments I want to make around the science adoption is just that there's 3 separate bars, and I'll hold the comments for the specific bars when they come up. But I feel like there's a lot of passion and some misinformation swirling around the history of the adoption process and the discussion among the community and the board. So, we're going to be going in, we're already in this polarized environment, so I guess I'm just going to ask that folks practice being civil, listening to understand, and then my expectation is also that as professionals, we engage in thoughtful dialogue. And I'll be candid that I don't believe that is using district email groups as political vehicles. I don't think that's necessarily an appropriate use of resources. So I am open to hearing conversation and really excited about the conversations I've had. They've been super powerful. They shape my understanding of our classroom needs and our future aspirations. But I also know enough about the industry and science of data analytics to be wary and recognize the draw of the education market. I know how it's a billion-dollar market, multi-billion-dollar market, and it can really make our kids and our teachers look like acquisition targets. That is on my mind as a director. Publishers and education technology organizations are deliberate, strategic, and they're very good at messaging to get their feet in the doors and get their products and software licenses into school districts. So this includes free samples, pilots, professional development seminars, testimonials, awards, media exposure, third-party rankings. The list goes on and on. There are a lot of strategies that publishers can use to get their material out in front of all of us as consumers. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. We also have to be cognizant of those that don't have that exposure to do that. There's a huge range of high-quality materials. But as a board director, I see it as one of my fundamental responsibilities to be aware of that, to challenge that, and put educating our kids and financial stability of the district first and foremost. So as a board director, I'm not willing to be the board director that hands our kids, our youngest learners, over to a third party to be profiled And so recognize that's not always the experience, but we just have to be really aware of the market and how technology is coming into play here. Thank you.
Mr. Geary, next up.
So most of my comments, because most of the contact that I've had with the public the last couple weeks have been around either the adoption or the 2420, because of the visits to my community meeting. I do want to acknowledge that the shooting that happened in the Central District that killed the 19-year-old, that was a Sandpoint family, and that there are members of the Sandpoint community who have been devastated by it. And so to the extent that people want to help support that, I can put you in touch with the names of people who are doing the work. I don't take credit for doing that work personally, but I do acknowledge that that community has been harmed, and that they are devastated by it. And I think that it's worth us realizing that that happens and that there is a family in our schools that is in crisis. So I do acknowledge that. I don't know if we want to take time now for general comments, but I guess since we have started, I can do that now, or we can do it later. What would you prefer, President?
It's 5:15. We need to start public testimony. We have a 45-person wait list, and that's after taking 25 slots for public testimonies. So to the extent that we can make our comments short so we can get there on time, and then we'll roll into the other.
Well, as the chair of curriculum instruction, I just think starting this with some gratitude is really important. And so that's what I've prepared to do. So I wanted to give thanks for all the people who have raised their voice in this adoption process. I want to give thank you to our board, because for many, many years, curriculum was not put in the hands of our teachers and our schools. And that was not accounted for in our funding. And so that this board has made very hard decisions, not always even agreed upon by the teachers, to do that work. I thank you for that, because I truly believe it is a matter of equity that we make sure our teachers have the tools that are necessary. And to the public, I thank you for continuing to provide us with your questions and cause us to have to really think about the work that we're doing and to test our own assumptions. To the teachers who have come to testify and provide us emails about the importance of this adoption to them in their classroom so that they can have the opportunity to provide their students with aligned instruction, that's really important too. To our superintendent, who has overseen the adoption process and has allowed the board incredible access to staff to answer the thousands of questions and inquiries that we have brought. That has been a tremendous lift. They've had to redirect much work continuously, answering the same questions over, because they come and they need to be looked at again. And so it has been a huge lift for everybody. To the science staff and Mary Margaret Welsh, who also have worked tirelessly to bring aligned curriculum to all of our schools since the passage of NGSS in 2011. It has been that long that we have gone without aligned curriculum for our teachers. And they have worked to bring alignment, to bring adoption, to get into the hands of our teachers by hook and crook, perhaps, looking at the way to do it, because at the end of the day, those teachers need the tools to teach their students. And especially in the classes and the schools that have the highest rotation in their schools of the teachers and have the least amount of the fiscal resources available from the parents to supplement. So thank you. Thank you for caring so much and understanding how important that is. I'm going to give thanks to our former superintendent, Larry Nyland, who actually approved the waivers that are in conflict, but were so necessary to make sure that those teachers had materials when the school board would not get them in their hands. So that is an important thing. And even to the publishers who provide things for free when they find out that that is what is necessary because schools have nothing. So I'll give a thanks to that too. I am thankful we have private partners out there that are willing to donate in order to make sure that our most vulnerable students have aligned curriculum. I'm going to go out on a limb, call me crazy. I'm going to thank them too. And to our research and evaluation team, who did their absolute best to keep up with all of the public crunching of numbers and analysis, and to try to explain to us and the public what statistically reliable information we should be relying on in terms of looking at the outcomes being produced. And even telling us that sometimes we can't get there yet because we haven't had it long enough. But that's not a reason to keep delaying getting aligned curriculum. To our legal team, I thank you as well, because again, every time a conflict of interest or a policy violation or a legal violation was brought up, they would once again have to go through and analyze it to let us know that yes, indeed, our adoption committee had followed policy and that our district was on task and in compliance with the law. To our field testers who brought their professional teaching expertise to the adoption committee for their consideration, for taking the time, for disrupting what they do, for having to ignore some of the adaptations they've made to the curriculum and go back to the very raw data and do that work with our kids in order that we have a fair comparison. And to our adoption committee, I thank you, who took countless of hours to engage in a process that not only asked them to review science curriculum, but to center their work around the racial equity in accordance with Policy 0030. That lives at the heart of our district now, and it must be part of every single inquiry. That is what our policy requires. We must do that. And to all of our staff, everyone, and for the countless of hours they've spent for us to get to this moment where we actually have an opportunity to adopt aligned curriculum for our students. It has been such a dearth, and I will say it was that failure over all those years that allowed the waivers. So to the extent that anybody looks upon that suspiciously, I would say that that was a problem that the district created for itself. When you leave a gaping chasm, then somebody is going to fill it, and it must be filled if we're going to get our kids across it. So I have faith and I trust in what has been done by our adoption committee. And having worked on the strategic plan committee, I know that it's not a rubric necessarily. It is conversations. It is looking at things. It is listening to one another. It is considering all the factors that every single member of that committee brings to the conversation in making your vote as to what you think is going to be best. And having listened to you and having read many of the emails, I truly believe that you have centered your work around our students farthest from educational justice. So I thank you profoundly and deeply for that. So as we go forward, let's show respect for one another. Let's honor all the work that has been done, and truly know that I know the members of this board appreciate all the hard work that has gone into where we are right now.
Okay, let's take a stretch break and be back here at 5:30 to start public testimony on time. Thank you. please return to the dais? It is 5:30. Even if you are speaking with one of our esteemed former colleagues. Okay, we have now reached 5:30 p.m. We go to public testimony. The rules for public testimony are on the screen, or shortly will be, given our tech issues. And I ask that speaker be respectful of these rules. Please note that the board does not and will not take public comments on items related to personnel or individually named staff. Per board procedure 1430 BP, we have increased the number of speakers this evening from 20 to 25 due to the number of testimony signups that exceed 35. We have 45 plus on the waiting list plus the 25 slots. In order to allow more individuals an opportunity to speak, the majority of the speaker's time must be spent on the topic he or she has indicated when they called in they wish to speak about. I'd like to note that there is a 2-minute limit. When you are on your last 30 seconds, the yellow light will shine, and need to keep that in mind and wrap up. When the red light shines, please finish your sentence. Ms. Scheck will read off the testimony speakers.
First up for public testimony, we have Miles Grant, followed by Alex Zimmerman, and then Alicia Taylor.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, my script does not say what we have up here on the big screen. No racial slurs, personal insults, ridicule, or threats will be tolerated. And all signs brought to the meetings are subject to the same ground rules. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Hello, my name is Miles Grant, and I am a Franklin Quaker. And that may mean something completely different to you than it does to me, because I am a member of Franklin's own Principals Cabinet. Now, the Principals Cabinet was created to make sure that every facet of Franklin High School was heard, to the staff, to the teachers, to everybody that made decisions in the school. They could hear what the students were saying, because that's who's being taught here. That's the future that's being created here. And we did that. And not only did we do that, but we went above and beyond having every voice heard. We planned events, we planned ceremonies to make sure that every single student at the school made sure that they felt welcome. Because that's important too, beyond the curriculum, beyond the school's policies. Beyond that, you have to make sure that every student feels welcome in the building. We also planned an event you may have heard of called Power, Justice, Freedom. That's an event that we hold every year to celebrate the social justice activism that happens around our building, that happens around our community, to bring people together underneath one large event. And that event, guest speakers, workshops, everything was student-led. And that was all students. And really, that's what we stand for here at Franklin, is making sure that every voice can be heard, because when we all come together to do great things can happen. Thank you.
My name Alex Zimmerman. I'm president of Stand Up America. They hire my sweet, lovely Führer, yeah. Sweet, very sweet. Sugar, yeah. Nazi garbage rats from Animal Farm. I want to speak about agenda, what has happened last time. Guys, honestly, I love you. You did something what is very unique. You bring everything in Seattle under fascism control. I call this a commie Nazi fascism. It's exactly what's happened. I don't understand why you treat these people like a slave. You understand? Why only 25 can speak when everybody have speaker? You forgot who you are? We elect you. You work for us. You are servant. That's exactly what's happened. And you acting like a Führer. You can make rules, what is you cannot change. Why you cannot change? We don't have Constitution of US. We don't have Constitution of state. We don't have Open Public Meeting Act. And why you treat these people like a second or third class citizen? And exactly because look who here. A homosexual, a woman, a minority. How is this possible? So people like you who belong to minority, bring fascism to life. I demand what is everybody will speak, in 45 people too. Oh, why you stopping? No, I have 25 seconds. Okay, I'm sorry. So this is exactly what is I repeat again and again, and I will come to every meeting right now. You ask to everybody, stand up America, clean this dirty chamber from this crook who thinking this as master, as Führer, as bosses. You work for us. You forgot about this freaking, oh, I don't want, thank you very much.
After Alicia Taylor, we will have Eric Bishop, followed by Chris Jackins, and then Matthew Brewer.
I'd like to cede my time to fellow parent Bob Ettinger.
I am speaking in support of the Amplify Science curriculum as a parent of a first grader at Hawthorne Elementary School. I have substantial experience with science curricula and the next generation science standards. I was a middle school science teacher for 8 years, including 5 years at Mercer Middle School. During this time, I was honored with multiple state and national awards for science teaching. Since then, I earned my doctorate in education leadership at Harvard and spent 3 years as the managing director of STEM for a network of schools in Washington, D.C. I love Amplify because it is really good, fun science. For example, in a first grade lesson, students learn how animals can defend themselves by constructing models where they use toothpicks and plastic tokens to protect a soft clay body from the attacking teeth of a plastic comb. This hands-on activity is not an anomaly. The kindergarten and first grade units do not utilize digital tools at all, and grades 2 through 5 use them infrequently. The next generation science standards call for shifting the focus from learning about a topic to figuring out why or how something happens to motivate students to care about what they are learning. So instead of having a unit where students learn about phase changes in general, one middle school unit is centered on students figuring out why a methane lake on one of Saturn's moons called Titan has disappeared. They investigate using hands-on activities and also really powerful digital simulations where they design progressively more complex models for what happens to microscopic particles during phase changes. My son Roger is 6 years old and he loves figuring things out. He is always asking why. Amplify Science empowers and engages students to keep figuring out why. This is the science I want for Roger, all his classmates at Hawthorne, and all the children in Seattle. I hope you honor the recommendation of the parents and teachers on the adoption committee who voted to recommend Amplify for approval. Thank you.
I'm here to support the work of the Science Adoption Committee, and I cede my time to Ruby Jabal.
I teach at Dearborn Park International, a Title I school in the Southeast. At my school, our students are creative, bright, and eager to learn. They are primarily non-white, speak at least one language besides English at home, and are low income. My students, all students, deserve the best science education we can provide them. My families do not have the loudest voices. They do not complain often. They do not ask for much. They do not have schedules that afford them time and flexibility to attend school board meetings. They care deeply for their children, and they trust that we are doing our best to provide them every opportunity for success possible. I view this trust as a responsibility and a privilege. I approach my work with a sense of urgency. My students must learn and grow and take pride in their developing understanding of the world every day. I joined the Science Curriculum Adoption Committee from the same sense of urgency. My students need a science curriculum that empowers and challenges them and their peers throughout the district. They deserve rigor, creativity, curiosity, and real-world applications. They deserve to feel like they are dipping their toes into what science truly is. I experienced the integrity of the selection process firsthand, constantly mindful of how much responsibility we were given to complete this work and how far-reaching our impact would be. We were thoughtful, intentional, and as scientific as possible in our work. Our process aligned perfectly with Board Policy 0030. We were and are committed to selecting a curriculum that would empower those who are disempowered, offering meaningful access and opportunities to students who have not received the science education they deserve. We thought about equity, true equity, at every turn. We considered the rigor of the material in all dimensions and looked at which curriculum would provide authentic opportunities. When it came time to select which curriculum I felt best met our criteria, I voted to honor my students, their families, my colleagues, and our entire community. I ask that you honor our work and our conclusions and support our students in having the curriculum that best meets their needs. Thank you.
My name is Chris Jackins, Box 84063, Seattle 98124. On the science instructional materials adoption, 5 points. Number 1, consider an example of scientific reasoning. In the TV show Let's Make a Deal, the aim is to find the top prize behind one of 3 doors. One door is opened, leaving the top prize behind the other 2 doors. At that point, should a player change their pick? One supposedly obvious answer is that it makes no difference. The right answer is that they should pick again. Number 2, this example is subtle enough to sometimes give pause to experts. The board is empowered to give independent overview to curriculum adoptions rather than simply defer to experts. Number 3, do you believe that parents can use the material to easily help children with their homework? Number 4, I have concerns that using online material may be a fad. Darwin's book on the origin of species could be called out of date, but it is still a substantial text. Number 5, I oppose any adoption that does not provide physical textbooks. On the grant to South Shore, 5 points. Number 1, the grant agreement states that it is effective as of 2017, which you just passed it. Should that be 2019? Number 2, a private foundation appears to be buying the right to help select the principal. Number 3, the foundation appears to have a veto over the membership of a committee that visits the school. Number 4, the foundation appears to have supported charter schools. Number 5, is the board only pretending to oppose charter schools? Please vote no. It's too late, but you could change your mind. Thank you.
After Matthew Brewer, we will have Emily Alaski, followed by Alexia Katsaroff, and then Julia Ward.
Hi, Matthew Brewer, teacher, Washington Middle School, acting member of the Science Adoption Committee, and I cede the rest of my time to Sabrina Sly.
Buenas tardes. My name is Sabrina Sly. I am a freshman at West Seattle High School. I am here to share my experience with Amplify curriculum as a student at Denny International Middle School. I am a current member of Superintendent Student Advisory Board, and I'm here supported by Spanish-speaking parents from Denny. Amplify is a great science curriculum. It provides a highly organized system that helps students from different learning styles to understand and learn science. It provides reading, materials, and simulations that are fun and engaging, but at the same time informative, and it helps connect lessons to real-life situations. It is a great way to learn how to use technology, and all my classmates appreciated being able to learn in a modern way. One of my main career options is to be a scientist. Amplify has really pushed me to want to learn more in the science field. Regarding equity and the importance to make sure all students have access to science, Amplify provides that opportunity for everyone. asking you to listen to students like me that have the experience of using Amplify, and to the great teachers that believe this is the best curriculum for us and our future. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Lasky. This is my 11th year teaching at Asa Mercer International Middle School. I teach 7th and 8th grade science and CTE. A recent media story has called into question if the board was informed about the approval and use of Amplify Science waivers in SBS. In the fall of 2017, all the Amplify Science waivers approved by the superintendent were given to the board C&I committee. When I started teaching in 2008, the science materials were obsolete and didn't align to all the standards at the time. We got new science standards, the NGSS, in 2013. I was horrified to hear from the district that there would not be a science adoption. In 2015, I went to OSPI to write items for the new state assessment. I came back dejected. The materials we had were not even close to meeting standard. The lack of technology in our school meant that even if our materials were aligned to NGSS, our students would be unprepared to show what they know. In 2017, on the recommendation of my science department, our Mercer principal, Chris Carter, applied for an instructional waiver to use Amplify Science curriculum. The waiver was approved by the superintendent. Shortly thereafter, I stood before you with my principal and several students to urge you to approve a board action proposal for the purchase of instructional technology to support teaching and learning in core subjects. The board's approval of this proposal provided historically underserved students of color across the district with access to powerful electronic resources that support innovative science teaching and learning. Your decision provided, for the first time in Seattle Public Schools, equitable access to digital tools that will prepare our students with the 21st century skills that they need to be successful, and closing the opportunity gap for our district's most vulnerable students. In fact, the school board's own policy, number 2022, reinforces and underscores the importance and urgency of placing instructional technology in the hands of our students. This policy reads, "The board believes that students need to be proficient users of information, media, and technology to succeed in a digital world. Therefore, the district will use electronic resources as a powerful and compelling means for students to learn core subjects." When I heard last year that we were finally having
Okay. Hi, my name is Dr. AJ Katsaroff, and I'm going to cede my time to Hillary Nguyen.
My name is Hillary Nguyen. I'm a senior at Franklin High School. I am currently taking 3 AP classes while juggling a part-time job, providing childcare for my family, and being active in my school's community. I could not speak at the last board meeting because I was taking care of my nieces who attend Van Asselt Elementary School, and I want them to have the opportunity to learn science material that supports them in their academic growth, and instead of material that their mom had learned in elementary school. Change should be made according to the recommendations of the Science Adoption Committee for grades K through 12, because the pathway to science education in high school begins in elementary school, where the students learn core material needed for science in high school and beyond. At Franklin, some of our teachers and peers were part of the adoption committee for grades 9 through 12 and recommended new curriculum aligned best ways to engage my diverse classmates in learning science. As students, we prefer engaging activities that connect the material to our own experiences, especially for elementary school students like my nieces. I have experienced that when my science teachers follow a storyline when presenting new materials to us, they find ways to connect the material through phenomena, whether it is historical or something that occurs in our everyday lives. It is more engaging and fun to learn. Science is not just a bunch of concepts, but a way of understanding our lives, figuring out our world, and how new discoveries can lead to innovation and change. The adoption of new science curriculum is important not only for us at Franklin, but also our future students like my elementary school nieces. Just because my community looks different does not mean that we are not the same in valuing high-quality science instruction. I know that our students are capable beings that can be pushed, and when we are pushed, we can excel in not only our individual academic growth, but growth as a school and as a community. Please honor and respect the recommendations of all science adoption committees. Thank you.
After Julia Ward, we will have Joshua Tashima Boyd, followed by Christine Benita, and then Melissa Westbrook.
Hi,
I'm Julia Ward, and I teach 6th grade at Jane Addams Middle School. And this is a floppy disk. My students don't know what this is, and the only reason it ever comes up is because the save icon on the computer is drawn out like this, and it doesn't make any sense to them, but they memorize it so that they can save their work. It doesn't make sense. Science and technology move awfully fast. NGSS is not just a new lingo for old science. It's a new way of thinking about how students learn and think scientifically. Seattle needs a science curriculum that can keep up, and Amplify is that curriculum. Amplify was written from the ground up to address the new standards. Our students are preparing for careers that don't even exist yet. Superficial updates to old textbooks just won't cut it. Online curriculum does not mean computers are teaching the class or students are constantly staring at screens. If this was a plug-and-play curriculum, none of these teachers would be here supporting it. They are here supporting it, though, because Amplify is scientifically authentic and engaging curriculum. Online is good because it means Amplify can change in response to feedback from teachers and to keep up with the present. Families have asked, but what about hands-on activities? My kids want to dissect a frog or mix chemicals in test tubes. I share the belief that students learn by doing, but a hands-on abacus is not superior to a calculator. The simulations on Amplify are interactive. Students complete dozens of thoughtful investigations using computer simulations in less time and in more accurate ways than if they used tinfoil and Bunsen burners. Guess who else uses software to conduct simulations? Professional scientists.
I'm Joshua Tashima Boyd, and I'm a teacher at Franklin High School, and I want to talk about evidence and trust. We live in a society today where it's acceptable to ignore evidence, where people can believe the earth is flat, a 20-minute Google search is equivalent to a doctor's opinion, and where fear-mongering blogs can completely derail this adoption process. As science teachers, we are the front line of combating this shift from evidence. So I feel it's important to say that this amendment is ignoring a lot of evidence. HMH scored slightly above Amplify in overall score for the first field test alone. But breaking down the actual data reveals why the adoption committee voted for Amplify instead. First of all, on the final rubric, the summative assessment, if you will, Amplify scored higher in all 3 categories: review criteria, field test data, public feedback. HMH had strong evidence for only 1 out of 10 components for field test. Amplify had 5. Amplify's student growth far outstrips HMH. 23.8% higher growth for first grade and 42% higher growth for fourth grade. Compared to HMH, 10.4% more students felt like they could do science and with Amplify, and teachers had a higher positive response. Why are we discussing a curriculum that taught 42% less information? This brings me to my second point, trust. You all have said multiple times you wish you could be in the schools more often. You're not the ones teaching this content, having to pass the WACAS to graduate. You're not the ones in the classroom, so you have to trust those who are. The adoption committee has presented Amplify as the first choice because the data and evidence supports this as the best option for engagement, learning, and teaching. Not picking this option is saying that instead of trusting the analysis of the committee, you'd rather have our students using inferior curriculum that does not align with standards. Finally, screen time is a critical part of society, and digital simulations are extremely valuable in science education. Amplify has been mischaracterized as being computer-based. Trust that teachers know how to balance the active with the digital. This amendment shows no trust in the teachers, the non-biased adoption committee, nor in the teachers properly implementing screen time. Please focus on the evidence and approve the first and most supportive option for our students.
I cede my time.
Thank you, Christina. My name is Debbie Burnett, and I teach first grade at Sacagawea Elementary School. 5 years ago, I was on the elementary math adoption committee, along with Director Burke. Our committee, like the current science adoption committee, was composed of a broad range of educators and community members. Together, we did a deep dive into the Common Core State Standards for Mathematics, which is the guiding framework for what students should learn. After much research, our committee recommended a curriculum that the school board declined to adopt. Instead, they chose a curriculum that is significantly out of alignment with the Common Core standards. The math department is caught in the middle of adhering to the school board decision and supporting teachers to do our job, which is to teach the Common Core. As a result, classroom teachers such as myself have been scrambling and piecemealing materials together to use. The results are that we have less time to polish our lessons, and math instruction varies greatly from classroom to classroom across our district. Some PTAs in more affluent neighborhoods have funded new math materials for their students that are aligned with the Common Core. This creates a huge inequity. This disparity could and should have been avoided had the school board listened to the committee they commissioned to do the work of adopting math curriculum. I implore you not to repeat the mistake with the science adoption. Please listen to the professionals who are on the Science Adoption Committee. They have done their homework and they are the experts. Thank you.
After Melissa Westbrook, we will have Brad Shinaka, followed by Jen Fox, and then Lisa Boving.
Good evening. Points to consider on the science adoption. You are not supposed to be curriculum experts. The hardworking people on the committees are. But your policies must be followed, and you should know all the costs if one curriculum is computer-based. I see in the bar that the numbers have already changed, and yet it isn't even highlighted so someone would know that had happened. Your own policy states that on adoptions, input should come from any form, and yet the committee only took input from their own online form. You know via your own emails and phone calls that there are many more people involved. I note that I am the co-chair of the Information Technology Advisory Committee, and we have never discussed the need for more computers for middle school. I have questioned why, though, at almost the end of the school year, there are millions of dollars sitting there in the budget. Now I think I know why. How is it equitable to choose a mostly online curriculum for kids who may not have computers at home? As well, the FAQs say that better off PTAs have helped their school's science needs, and Title I schools can't. And yet, in 2016, Hamilton Middle School PTA, probably mostly white parents, instead of having a science fair, paid for all the science teachers to go to a science conference where they all went to Amplify training sessions. So I ask you, does that fall into the good PTA category or the bad PTA category? It's interesting that PTAs get shamed when it's really the district's fault that every single science classroom is not fully equipped. I believe the Amplify adoption has been mishandled. How many stories have you been told about how Amplify came through on the waivers? 3. 3 is too many, and it's unacceptable. Amplify's own proposal for adoption says in part, over the past 2 years, Seattle and Amplify have built a strong alignment across teams and support to promote adoption and continuity. So I guess the district's been working with Amplify to promote that adoption because that's exactly what Amplify says. As well, Amplify did not score the highest in the K-5 section. The rubric in the bar is the one that shows that HMA scored higher. So I'm thinking Directors Burke and Pinkham know how to do math, did the math, and since the committee gave them no explanation as to why they picked Amplify over HMH. Thank you.
I cede my time. Hi, my name is Nahom Alamayo. I am a junior at Franklin High School. I was a member of the high school adoption team. I think the process was very organized, and I am proud of our conclusions. As a student member of the team, my voice was respected and honored. I was also one of the 4 case study students when I was in biology. We used carbon times, and I was selected to give my input regularly during the year. I believe the researchers took my ideas seriously and cared about my learning. I did all of this because I think that everyone should have the opportunity to learn science, and this new curriculum is more inclusive to all students than the old one. I think that starting with a phenomenon that we figure out and talk about our ideas with our peers is very important to learn. I also am here to represent my brother, who is 5 years old and starting to get interested in science. I think he should feel like he can do and learn science. that he has a choice to be a scientist if he wants to. The way he learns science is very important because part of the things that shape his future happen in school. In biology class, I was lucky enough to be in science classes where I have learned a lot of things that apply to my life outside of class and solved problems, saw myself as a scientist, believed that I could do science too. And I want this for my little brother, my friends, and the students in Seattle Public School System. I am urging you to choose a curriculum that is aligned to a phenomenon storyline, a curriculum that teaches kids in a new way how to learn science. I know the K-5 alignment team worked as hard as the high school team to find the best curriculum. I hope you honor the work of all adoption committees. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Bovang, and I'm here to give an elementary science historical perspective. I have been involved in elementary science both in the classroom and at the district level for 27 years. I have seen lots of changes over that 27 years. Some 20 plus years ago, we had an elementary science curriculum adoption. I was on that team. Along with this came a large NSF grant. At this point, we had cutting-edge curriculum. We had 8 full-time science curriculum specialists. Science teaching was equitable across all elementary schools. Times and standards do change, however. Although this curriculum was very hands-on, it had several missing components. We as a team added a science writing component assessments, and upgraded the curriculum to meet state standards. More changes happened. The NGSS began and then were fully adopted in 2013. Our curriculum does not match these new standards, as you know. We tried several curricular ideas to try to accommodate this. For example, PSEP, which is Partnership for Science and Engineering Practices, an alignment team. In addition, an alignment team was formed, and we partnered with UW to launch some new curriculum that met the standards. Although some great curriculum and ideas resulted from these moves, this was not equitable because not all teachers had access to these materials. A lot of excitement came with the news that we were getting a new science adoption. An adoption team was chosen, research and evaluation took place, and in the end, 3 different curricula were field tested. After many hours of hard work, a recommendation to adopt Amplify Science was made. I have had the opportunity to teach some of these units and was very pleased about that decision. Equity for all students is important. We owe it to all of our students to teach the highest quality curriculum available. I feel it is critical to move forward with the Adoption Committee's recommendation for Amplify Science. Thank you.
Jen Fox. After Jen Fox, we will have Rosalind Shea, followed by Rosemary Arneson, and then Yolanda Jones.
Hi, my name is Jen Fox. In my 19 years of teaching in Seattle Public Schools, I've gained a unique perspective of all the science teaching in our district. I've taught biology at Roosevelt High School. I've served as a high school science coach, and I currently teach biology in the HCC program at Hamilton Middle School. I served on 3 high school science adoption committees. I participated in 2001 for biology, 2010 for chemistry, physics, and physical science, and the current adoption. The latest process was by far the most comprehensive and thorough process I've participated in. I urge you to support the adoption as our high school curriculum is outdated and is not aligned with the next generation science standards. New curriculum is urgently needed to attend to these standards and bring a consistent science experience for all students in Seattle Public Schools. In 2010, science teachers from across the district rallied to support the science adoption. We were excited about the prospects of materials and resources. Teachers looked forward to the professional development which accompanied the adoption to collaborate and share student learning. Unfortunately, the adoption was not passed due to budget constraints, so we had to keep our old materials. At this time, I saw how the failed adoption affected schools in every part of our city. The outcome fractured our science teaching community and left us with no resources and no professional time. Many teachers who were at the table in 2010 have been reluctant to come back to do this work because they felt so let down by the process. When teachers do come and collaborate, they strengthen their understanding to meet the needs of all learners. If we fail teachers and learners again, I'm afraid we will never have a full team of high school science teachers to do this important work again. Teachers will always work hard. to get the job done, but having no curriculum just really makes our jobs a lot harder. Some schools have purchased materials with the collection of science fees and funding from PTSA, while other schools were left with nothing. This led each school to interpret the standards themselves, and the students' experience is vastly different in every school across our district. This is not fair to our teachers or students. Please adopt materials today.
I cede my spot.
Hi, my name is Teresa Alsept, and I teach science at Eckstein Middle School, and I'm speaking today against the adoption of Amplify. 2 years ago, when we were told about the waiver, our science department at Eckstein decided unanimously not to be part of the pilot for Amplify. We did so for the following reasons. After listening to the Amplify rep, checking online resources, we decided there was just too much computer time and not enough hands-on lab time for middle school students. We thought the students would spend too much time reading or watching simulations about science instead of actually doing science. Also, because it was not a board-supported adoption, the department felt we would be taking too big of a risk with our students. Since that time, our department has learned much about Amplify that tells us that we made the right decision. There are very few experiences for students to be scientists, solve problems, and collect data themselves, which means that students' discussions are not about what they saw, but what someone else saw. We also have seen the formal assessments are very weak. The pre and post tests are the same. There is very little higher level synthesis or application questions. Also, the assessments themselves cannot be modified by the teacher, which adversely affects all our special ed students, ELL students, and the students most at risk. The lesson structure of Amplify is very repetitive, with simulations being revisited too often, which is what makes it so boring for students. The curriculum might be good for teaching literacy skills. However, it is not a good curriculum for teaching middle school science skills and science to all our students. Finally, I would like to say that I am not against changing curriculum, as some have implied. From what I have seen, the TCI curriculum seems very good, and I would be happy to see it adopted. I am simply against the adoption of Amplify because I think it's a poor choice for middle school students. Thank you.
I would like to cede my time to Sophia and Ruth.
Hi, my name is Sophia Martinez, and I'm from Jane Addams Middle School. I would like to talk about Amplify and how it benefits us.
Can you pull the mic closer to you, please? Thank you.
The Sims help us engage with others. And the difference between using Sims instead of textbooks is it engages us. We only use computers about once every week or 2 weeks. We do activities where we go outside and we get out of our seats and we learn. Also, in one of our units, we got to go outside and play roles of things like prevailing winds and ocean water. We have a lot of class discussions to present our thoughts. Amplify is so important and kids like it. I think school isn't just about learning, but showing learning can be fun and pushing us to want to learn, because we will learn so much more if we want to learn. Without Amplify, I believe class will be less engaging. Amplify is so important to us. Amplify is so much more than just being on a computer. And even the small time we're very engaged and mostly discuss things that matter.
Hi, my name is Ruth, and I'm happy to be able to tell you how much Amplify has helped me grow as a scientist and how much I enjoyed it. Amplify changes science class to a hands-on activity, which interests us to want to learn, which I believe helps us learn even more. My favorite time was when we got to go outside and act like molecules. It gave me a new perspective of how molecules worked. Science is what motivates me to come to school every day and give it my best. Thank you for listening to my ideas.
After Yolanda Jones, we will have Brian Bushwitz, followed by Emily Bramwell-Churkin, and then Robert Fermano.
Hello,
my name is Yolanda Jones. I am a second-year teacher in Seattle Public Schools, and I also had the privilege to be part of the high school adoption committee for science curriculum. I'd like to take a moment to recognize a number of the voices that we will not hear today because so many of us want to talk about science adoption, that want to acknowledge white supremacy in this community, in this district, because that is why I am here when I think about science. Director DeWolf spoke at a study session a few weeks ago and said that teaching old curriculum could be construed as racist. And I'd like to add that teaching old curriculum that is wrapped in new cellophane could also be construed as racist. The question comes to, are we actually serving our students? If you listen to the voices of the students, you listen to the voices of the teachers that have come up here, that are in the field tests, it's pretty clear how students and how teachers are feeling about Amplify. I'm getting excited hearing that that's an experience that students are going to have before they come to my high school classroom, because they will be prepared to have storyline-driven, phenomena-driven science. That's what NGSS is. And if curriculum isn't if curriculum isn't phenomena-driven, then it isn't going to be standards-aligned. We need to have a curriculum like Amplify that is standards-aligned to make sure that we are preparing kids, our youngest learners, starting at 5 years old, so that when I get them 9 years later, 11 years later, when I'm talking about a phenomena, I'm talking about a storyline, they know what I'm talking about, and we can get to diving in to science. Thank you for your time. Please adopt Amplify.
Hello, my name is Dr. Brian Buckwitz, and I'm here to support the K-12 Science Instructional Materials Adoptions. I'm wearing a few hats tonight. I'm the father of 2 children at Gatewood Elementary School. I'm a community representative on the High School Instructional Materials Adoption Committee. I have a PhD in molecular and cellular biology, and I'm a biology lecturer. As an instructor myself, I'm especially interested in evidence-based, inclusive teaching strategies that help all students learn. I urge the school board to adopt the recommended instructional materials for K-12. These materials are aligned with standards. This is important not only for testing purposes, but because the standards represent consensus as to which concepts and which skills are most important to learn. Importantly, these materials also use a phenomenon and a storyline to engage students as scientists. So many students come to college thinking that science is about memorizing facts, rather than being empowered to ask questions about their world or to apply knowledge to problems. In addition, by adopting these strong materials, you would provide an equitable foundation across the district to support all students. In addition, teachers could build upon that strong foundation. Our adoption committees reviewed the instructional materials in several stages with many eyes on the materials. I especially valued the perspectives of the teachers. To hear field test teachers describe how these instructional materials help them to be even better teachers was powerful, was inspiring. Please honor the work of the adoption committees and vote for strong, equitable science instructional materials. Thank you.
My name is Emily Churkin. I'm a former Seattle Public School student myself and a former and incoming Seattle Public School parent. I am strongly opposed to the adoption of the Amplify Science curriculum in public schools for 2 very specific reasons. First, real learning occurs during messy, 3-dimensional hands-on experiences in the context of real-life relationships. Real learning is difficult and carves new neural pathways in growing children. Real learning does not come from remotely monitored, bite-sized, screen-based lessons. Curricula like Amplify will do our children a tremendous disservice and rob them of critical skill building and relationship honing opportunities, skills that will matter in the future. Secondly, where is the long-term evidence that technology-based curriculum is more effective than well-trained, well-supported teachers? To quote one committee member, we want students to be engaged in conversations around evidence and using evidence to draw their conclusions. We have decades of research about the value of relationships between students and human teachers, the foundation on which all other learning occurs. If scant evidence exists to justify a 9-year, nearly $9 million tech-based curriculum, where is the justification to implement? I am hard-pressed to see how Amplify Science will benefit all students when minimal research exists to suggest that it can. To improve equity in student experience, put $9 million towards hiring more teachers, supporting those teachers, decreasing class sizes, and finding a quality science curriculum that uses real hands-on experiences. This seems a vastly better use of resources than a high-risk roll of the dice on an educational screen-based tool that benefits few beyond those in the industry who seek to profit off our struggling students. I urge you, do not outsource the teaching of science to a bunch of screens. Thank you.
After Robert Fermiano, we will have James Momsen, followed by Dr. Katrina Reardon, and then Patricia Bailey.
Hopefully you have this handout in front of you. My name is Robert Fermiano, a former Seattle school teacher of 30 years. I have two concerns. Number one, is the district in financial debt to Amplify Corporation? And number two, has the partnership between Amplify and Seattle schools impacted the selection of Amplify Science? Senior staff have admitted the vendor Amplify gave the district free goods, but was everything really free? Exhibit A is a list of purchase orders to Amplify, including costs, but notice the invoice column says $0 and, quote, still to be invoiced since 2015. Does that mean the district is on the hook for over $400,000 in these orders? Where is the agreement saying the pilot costs were free? Notice at the bottom of the exhibit it says 9,000 subscriptions were purchased August 2018 for a little over $50,000. 2 points. A, the board had been previously told that all subscriptions were paid for by Amplify. So which is true? And B, this vendor request falls squarely during the Amplify period, which would seem to be a conflict with RCW competitive bid rules. Notice in the February 2018 that 37 units of first grade physical science were ordered for a penny each. Exhibit B shows the true cost is $1,200, making the total over $44,000. Exhibit C from Amplify shows that, quote, they worked in concert with the district, unquote, citing, quote, SPS leadership provided key insight and feedback on future Amplify products and curriculum redesign. It says their goal all along was to offer, quote, support to promote adoption. In short, it seems the district helped Amplify develop their product, who then apparently either gifted or loaned it, the pilots, back to us with plans for an inside track on the adoption. I ask you to delay until the questions are answered. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Katrina Reardon. After that, we will have Patricia Bailey and then Dominga Mendoza.
My name is Dr. Katrina Reardon. I work at Fred Hutch Cancer Research Center, and I'm a resident of West Seattle, where I'm raising my sons. I cede my time to Heather.
My name is Heather, and I've taught second and third grades in Seattle Public Schools for over 20 years. Why do we have adoption committees? To make the best choices for kids through a collaborative process that is informed from data. I'm frustrated that a few individuals can completely disregard this work, our dedication, and expertise. There have been 2 other recent adoptions with very different outcomes. For math, the recommendation of the adoption committee was not honored. HMH, Math and Focus, was adopted. It is not at all aligned with Common Core. Several elementary schools have waivers to use other curriculum and have to pay for it from the building budget. The math department now works on alternate units, pulling resources from other resources, creating assessments that align with Common Core. I use Math and Focus less than 20% of the time, which is true across my building. The textbooks gather dust on my shelf. This is clearly not aligned nor equitable. The Reading and Writing Adoption Committee's recommendation for CCC was honored by the school board. This curriculum is being widely used across our elementary schools. The Reading and Writing Department is concentrating efforts to support the implementation of curriculum through lead teachers, coaches, and professional development. This is very different from what we have experienced around math curriculum. This has been a successful rollout, and it was recommended. The professionals were trusted. I served on the science committee, and I want you to know that this process was thorough, very thoughtful, and took place over the course of many months and hours. It was not based on the table of numbers that is in your amended proposal. It was based on deep, rigorous, and important conversations representing the stakeholders across our district, students, parents, scientists, teachers, and principals. In these deliberations, we shared ideas, challenged each other, and came to a conclusion based on an anonymous vote. After listening to all members carefully, I support this recommendation that comes from me and my peers, and I urge you to vote for the Amplify Science recommendation before you.
I'm Patricia Bailey, a retired Seattle teacher. It is evident to those watching the unfolding of the science adoption that there are so many underhanded dealings, it's difficult to keep track of them all. We see the gifting of huge sums of money from Amplify Corporation without the required board approval. We see the illegal implementation of pilot programs without the required board approval. We see the hiding of pilot data from board oversight. We even see violations of state law and much more. Because the skullduggery is being exposed, the argument switched to insinuating that board members are engaging in racism if they reject Amplify's science program. Quite the opposite is true. Low-income students were performing much better before the use of this program, as you have seen from data already presented. It is the accuser who is engaging in racism with callous disregard for the achievement and interest of minority students. Race baiting is a groundless accusation of racism to push a different agenda. The individual using such a tactic may appear socially conscious as a facade, but they are cynically using race to manipulate the board to promote a big business venture. Board members should ignore individuals who stoop to such cynicism and who disdainfully dismiss citizen input as noise. This is intolerable in a democracy. Imagine the precedent set if Amplify is adopted, supported by these kinds of tactics. It invites corporate predation on children and representative school boards everywhere. This situation requires a thorough investigation. Thank you for your hard work and oversight.
Dominga Mendoza. Jennifer Goldman.
Hi there, I'm Jennifer Goldman. I teach ELL, biology, physics, and chemistry at Rainier Beach High School. I'm ceding my time to Katie Kressel.
All right, here we go. Hi, I'm Katie Caressel, and I have the privilege of teaching 8th grade science at Denny International Middle School. I have a master's in teaching from UW, where I was trained in ambitious science teaching practices that directly align with NGSS. I also proudly call myself a product of Seattle Public Schools. The last time Seattle adopted a science curriculum was when I was in middle school. We need science education for this generation. I believe to do that, we need a science curriculum that allows all students access to science content. Not all students want to learn science, just for science sake. Students become engaged in science when they see how it connects to their lives, to the real world. Amplify provides this opportunity with every unit. It centers its units on current and real-world scientific topics while following a storyline. Instead of doing random experiments, students engage in a variety of lessons that allow them to collect evidence they need to ultimately explain the storyline, the phenomenon. I understand that it's a concern that students may be doing less hands-on lessons or spending too much time in front of a computer with Amplify. That's a valid concern, But Amplify's curriculum does include labs and hands-on activities, as well as a wide variety of other learning opportunities. Bad teaching back when I was in middle school was our teacher giving us a textbook and telling us to read it for the entire period. Today, bad teaching is sitting students in front of computers all class. Many of our science teachers in Seattle are doing great things with their creative curriculums and partnerships, but we cannot adopt individual teachers. Amplify provides us an opportunity to have a strong collaborative effort around common curriculum, thus supporting every teacher in providing a strong science education for all. Thank you.
Christopher Lausted.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Lausted. I am the parent of 2 students at Ballard High School, and I was a volunteer member of the High School Science Curriculum Adoption Committee. I work at the Institute for Systems Biology, a research arm of Providence St. Joseph, as a research engineer. And one of my great pleasures is working with our high school interns. We have semester-long and year-long internships every year. And we also host the Logan Center for Education, which is involved in curriculum development, in professional development, and has always been involved in the development adoption of next-generation science standards. And now it is imperative that we adopt a NGSS-ready curriculum. So it was very interesting to be involved in the board and to meet the students, the teachers, the parents, the community members, the professors who all contributed, especially the students. You heard some of them tonight. These students are amazing. They spent weekends and evenings inside going through piles and piles of materials, texts, labs, you name it, and giving real feedback based on their firsthand experience and telling what really helped them and their friends learn. Now, old-fashioned curriculum, like I had when I was young, works for a minority of students. NGSS is designed to help all students. And looking through all the curriculum, most of what we saw is still very old-fashioned, with maybe a few pages inserted here or there to pay lip service to NGSS. Fortunately, there was one option, one combination of materials that would be NGSS for physics, chemistry, and biology. It's in the report. Please read that all. I strongly urge you to adopt this. Thank you.
This concludes public testimony this evening. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone that came down both to see public testimony in person and those of y'all that prepared your public testimony, spoke your truth from your heart. Thank you ever so much. We go back now to board comments. Who would like to speak next that hasn't spoken as yet? And then we'll circle back around on comments. Director Pinkham.
Katsiao, and again, Tasclau, good evening. Thank you to all the public testimony tonight. You know, this is, I think, a decision that's going to have to be, I have to take in everyone's input. You know, there are people here that are supporting it, and also the people that have some concerns and questions about it, because that does unfortunately raise some questions in my mind as well that I hope will get answered and addressed as we go through this process. So also got to trust the process, and so believe me, if we have questions, you know, hopefully we'll get them addressed, and we'll see which way this will fall. I guess for me, when I think about this, I am concerned about access to technology for our low-income students, you know, and so that would be a question I need to ask our committee. You know, how are we going? Is that addressed in that as students go home, will they be able to get online, or if they don't have that, what tools are going to be available for them? So those are kind of questions that I have still in my mind, and hearing some of the people coming up, and it sounds great. Those that have command of the science curriculum on their own, seems like they're able to supplement, amplify, but there's still some teachers out there that may be struggling a bit with it, and they're relying maybe a little bit too much on the curriculum and need their expertise. So the professional development training also needs to be in there, but we got to, I feel like I have to make sure we're being fiscally responsible as well when we look at the cost for this. So I still have some questions, and hopefully we'll get them answered as we address them as it's being discussed tonight. And again, I want to thank you for your input as well, because that gives me more questions to ask, and hopefully we'll get things worked out. Want to thank first Gabby, who was here earlier, sharing her inputs and views and perspectives of what it's like to be a student at Franklin High School. The John Rogers Choir that was here earlier, for those that weren't here, definitely a treat to hear them sing. And sorry we missed the Teacher Appreciation Week. So again, the teachers that are here, thank you for all the work that you do and working with our students. I also wanted to point out that the partnerships that we also have out there, the Seattle Public Schools, or Seattle Public Library was recently working with our Urban Native Clear Sky Youth Council, where they had an environmental equity service. So I encourage you to go to the spl.org website, type in the environmental equity series, and look at the Clear Sky, what they've been doing in partnership and helping students find their voice through a project-oriented driven learning, versus here you got to learn reading, here you got to learn science. But when they had that project orientation, they learned some reading, learned some science, learned other ways to, not just focused on one particular subject. They were able to broaden and bring in other subjects with that. So I appreciate what they've been able to do there. So excuse me, we have our list of presenters are pretty long. I wrote down some comments here. Miles Grant, thank you for your presentation showing how well students can have a voice at a Franklin High School. That power, justice, and freedom sounds very interesting, and I'll see if I can get out there and see some of your student-led events. I do not have any upcoming committee meetings planned, unfortunately. I am going to try to join Director President Harris here, because she has one this weekend. So she's joined a couple of mine, so I think I owe her that to be out there for her community meeting. So that's, look out for me there if anybody needs to keep in touch, or from my district. Also, I don't know if people heard, I will not be running for re-election, so just want to make it finally. People have been asking, but just okay. Nope. Okay. No PDC. Never mind. But thank you all, Katsiya, for being here, and stick around for the discussion that we're going to have on the science adoption. Thank you.
Director Mack, please.
Good evening. I remember the first time I came down here to testify and how much time and effort it took to prepare my comments and thoughtfully speak in front of the board on an issue that was incredibly important to me at that time. It was around the boundaries and capacity, and here I sit today as a school board director working on the same issues later. I have the utmost respect and appreciation for all of the folks that have been participating in the adoption process over the last few years, with having the state adopt the standards many years ago, and us not starting an adoption process then and actually moving towards getting curriculum has been challenging. And here we are today with challenges around that. I appreciate all of your comments and concerns. I think there's a lot of things that have been raised here. I'm not going to talk more about my perspective. We'll be asking questions and having more in-depth discussion around the specific bars as they come forward. But please know that any questions around process has nothing to do with the complete and utmost respect for the experts in your perspective. I know everyone puts so much time and effort into this work, and how much you care about it and how much it matters, and we all have the best interest of students at mind. And I just really want to, as Director Geary express a lot of gratitude for all of that effort. I also want to acknowledge the folks that are in the audience that didn't get a chance to speak because we are so focused on this adoption process. There's a number of topics here that I wish we would have heard from, and I'm disappointed that we don't have enough space to do that. the white supremacy in Seattle Public Schools. I'd like to hear more about what we're talking about there. There's a number of folks that were bringing that up, and I'm curious to get more information on that. So I encourage y'all to send emails. We do read them, even if we don't respond. The Dearborn Park Elementary enrollment was on the list. Washington Middle School was on the list again. And then curriculum, environmental ethics and climate change, number 46 is on there, which I find personally really interesting. My undergraduate degree was environmental and social system studies. So I'm disappointed that we didn't get a chance to hear from these other folks, and hopefully we can get folks to take the time to send an email and let us know what their concerns are, because it does matter and it does impact our thought process. I forgot to mention that on June 5th, we're having another work session. This is another hot topic, likely. Student assignment plan and boundaries for the 2021 school year. Did I get that right? Yes, not 1920, because we've already settled that. But on June 5th, we'll be having kind of the initial conversation about what potential changes are in line. I think there's, well, I know there's the Licton Springs, Robert Eagle staff, that whole area, Wing Luke, and I can't remember all of the topics off the top of my head, so I apologize for that. But that'll be a really helpful work session to get a sense of what issues are going to be coming up that we'll be deciding on in the fall. And with that, I apologize too, I have not been able to set up a community meeting. The last one I held, no one showed up to. That might not have been true this month, but unfortunately it's difficult to find the time on the weekends, because frankly, we spend a lot of time away from our families for this work, and I have to preserve that, as I know y'all have families as well, and so you might understand that. With that, again, thank you for coming. I look forward to the future conversation. We've got other issues today, and that's all I've got.
Director Patu?
Good evening. It is always a great thing to actually to be here and be able to just come and share what communities bring to us, and just looking forward for the various issues and comments that are brought up, and hopefully that as a board director that we can actually be able to look at some of those issues and be able to work it out, so that way we can be able to say that progress has been made. And a lot of comments that are actually happening, I think that, you know, we take it very seriously, because we're up here to represent all our children in Seattle Public Schools, and it's a very important thing that we make the right choices in terms of the education of our students. So thank you for coming tonight and sharing with us your comments and it's, you know, or complaints. I mean, that's what a board director is supposed to be, to take the good and the bad, and hopefully be able to make the best of everything that goes on, because my job as a board director is to make sure that your student get the best education that Seattle Public Schools can provide. So it's always a wonderful thing to be here tonight. As I was sitting here, I was thinking, okay, and I also that June 26th will be my last day on the board. I'm going to be stepping down. But at the same time, it has been an amazing journey being on the board of Seattle Public Schools, because you're actually making choices in terms of the education of all our students in Seattle Public School. So thank you for actually coming in and letting us know your thoughts, supporting us in many ways, and hopefully that we can continue on to do the best that we can to provide our students in Seattle Public School the best education that we can. Thank you.
Okay. Last but not least.
And to do is announce that I do hold community meetings every Tuesday morning at Zoka on Blakely, just north of the U District, from 8 to 9:30. I post them on Facebook, but you should check before you go, because if there is a family emergency, then I may not show up. So just before you leave the house, check Facebook to see if the event is still there. If I don't make it, I will post that I won't be there. We've had 10 surgeries in my family over the last month, so who knows, right? So, but I think I'm good for the next few. Thanks.
Okay, last but not least, Director Patu, we are going to miss you something fierce. And we will have an appointment process set up in the next few days in order that it is a transparent appointment process. It is my understanding that the appointment process will mean that we appoint a director until the November 2021 school board election. These are the laws as explained to us by legal counsel and King County Records and Election. And sometimes the laws are awfully darn inconvenient, but we will have a fair and transparent procedure to set up Director Patu's successor until that November general election. And I say successor because there is no darn way you're going to replace Betty Patu and all the years that she has given to this district, both as staff and as an elected board member. And I, for one, am going to miss her greatly. Events. We have an opportunity to go to Garfield High School tomorrow night at, I believe, 6 p.m. to talk about the anniversary of the board, Brown v. Board of Education. I saw our esteemed colleague, former board director, Stefan Blanford, in the audience earlier. I don't know whether he's left or not, but he'll be part of a panel. And as well, Cece, whose last name I am forgetting, Nathan Hale, high school student, who is doing a documentary on ethnic studies and is going to do great things. We just hope we get to rehire her when she comes back from Pacific Lutheran University. You've seen her down here testifying, and she's one of our bright stars. And also at Chief Sealth International High School this weekend on Saturday is a Race and Equity Youth and Family Racial Justice Summit, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's on Facebook. It's out there quite a bit. Seattle Schools, NAACP Youth Group are helping co-sponsor it. Please get registered so they have a food count. Other gatherings of this kind have been profound and powerful, and I cannot encourage you to take even more of your free time from your family to attend. And should you have more free time than that, would like to invite you to Casa Latina next week, May 23rd from 6 to 7, where they will be awarding Chief Sealth International High School's Proyecto Savor program that's been in effect for 20 years. And I, for one, living up the street from Chief Sealth International High School, have too many siblings that are alumna, and including my daughter is an alumna there. That's something to be extraordinarily proud of. If you have additional time and you like lasagna, you have a 50% chance of getting lasagna this Saturday from 3 to 5 at the Delridge Library. There are those in the audience that have tasted it and can attest that it's worth it. And then on June 15, 2019, at the Southwest Library from 3 to 5, a next community meeting. And July 20, 3 to 5, again a Saturday, at the West Seattle Library. They're thoughtful discussions. We welcome you, and it sounds like I'm going to have at least one other board director attending, and my hope is staff will attend as well. We have a couple of other announcements to make, but I think they're more appropriately put into the science adoption intro item, which now will bring us to feedback on any topics not science adoption that we heard testimony from other board members. Seeing none, then we move to action items. There were 3 things taken off of the consent agenda. The minutes were taken off the consent agenda for the April 24th partnership work session. And give me a moment while I bring up my corrections on one paragraph where we asked about professional development for, since time immemorial, the statutorily required curriculum to be taught in our schools, and asked whether or not it was true that the STAR mentor teachers and the Seattle residency teachers had not taken advantage of professional development for STI. Gail Morris, manager of Native Education, suggested yes, in fact, that was true, but efforts were being made, and I believe that I've sent out the corrections. Mr. Boy, acting chief counsel, will those corrections do it? Can we use that as Scrivener's?
Ronald Boy, I believe it would be best if we read those into the record. Would you like
I have
me
to
to
find them in my emails. My computer is not working.
I know, we've been in and out.
Technical challenges.
And I had them up on mine, and the Wi-Fi dropped out.
Let's move on then to number 5 from the consent agenda. And let's bring up a motion on number 5, and that's the amendment to Board Policy 2024, online learning, repeal of Board Policy number C16.00, acceptance of correspondence or college courses for high school credit. Came before CNI April 23rd for approval. Motion, please.
I move that the school board amend policy number 2024 online learning as attached to the board action report, and that the school board repeal board policy number C16.00 acceptance of correspondence or college courses for high school credit, also attached to the board action report. If the motion is approved, the changes would be effective starting the summer term of the 2018-19 school year.
That motion, please.
Second the motion.
Comments, questions, concerns from my colleagues? Director Geary, did you want to lead off on this? We've had some email traffic about clarifications.
Yes. So, couple things. One, this was passed through for approval, and I am not, at this point, suggesting to my colleagues that we shouldn't approve this. This particular policy we've had some email correspondence, and I did have somebody come visit me. And it isn't the policy in and of itself that appears to have any, that I have concerns about. It is the superintendent procedure that is attached to the policy. We as a board we don't approve the superintendent procedure, but in an act of transparency, it was included. So for us to, I feel, to have gone and just voted on it on consent without further discussion about that distinction would have left people feeling unheard with regard to their comments about some potential problems in terms of the language in the procedure as it may apply to special education families and their entitlement to a free, appropriate public education. We've discussed that. It's my understanding, and it has been, and it is my understanding that the district is willing to engage in further discussion around the superintendent procedure to make sure that the change in language that have happened can be vetted against some specific scenarios so we can make sure that we're not having any unintended consequences. The purpose of the policy change and the superintendent procedure fundamentally was twofold, and one was around consistency in its application across our district. This is important under our new strategic plan because we want to make sure that our operations are consistent for our families. And so that was part of what brought about this. And to make sure that we are not inadvertently creating opportunity gaps by allowing certain communities to act one way under the procedure and other communities to act another way. So I just highlight that in approving this policy, there may and should probably still be some scrutiny in terms of the procedure. Did you want to add anything, Chief DeBacker?
And Diane DeBacker, Chief Academic Officer, and no, Director Geary, you said it very eloquently. We believe that the policy is ready to go forward. The procedure, we need to make a minor change to that, but that is why we actually wrote some language into the procedure to take care of situations exactly like the ones that were surfaced in the last couple days.
And then we had some questions. Do you want to ask your question? Oh, around. Oh, okay. So 1599, the new law that came forward, you've looked at that and determined whether or not it would impact the policy?
We do not believe that 1599 impacts this policy. It does impact the next one that you will be discussing, but not this one directly.
Thank you.
Director Mack, comments, questions, concerns?
First, gratitude for all the work that has gone into this and the responsiveness. Couple kind of technical things that I just noticed, and I appreciate that Director Geary kind of discovered the procedure issue and that's been publicly corrected. The question that, when I was reading through the bar, it says something about the fiscal impact of Running Start, that because the limit of 4 credits, it's going to actually cause fewer students to take Running Start. But in the policy, it specifically calls out that Running Start doesn't count in this count. So I because there's so much, there's kind of confusion around, like, there's 4 credit limits, but what are we talking about when we're limiting that? And it explicitly states in the policy that Running Start is excluded from that. That's part of our district program, so you can have more than 4 credits in Running Start. It's not going to be limited by that 4, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I just want to kind of publicly clarify that because the bar has a fiscal statement saying something about Running Start, which I think is probably something that got a little confused there. I don't think I just want to, it's important that folks understand that Running Start doesn't have a 4 credit limitation. The other thing I just kind of caught is that the policy title is no longer online learning. The policy title is out of district credits and credit recovery. In the previous policy, it did have some statements around our values. There was a statement around value of not having too many online courses, something around that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was a statement in there. That statement is no longer in this policy because this policy is actually more globally focused around out-of-district credits and credit recovery. My question about the title change is that the motion, and maybe this is not for Ms. DeBacker, but for Mr. Boy, the motion language says online learning, but the new title is actually out-of-district credits and credit recovery. I'm just, from a technical standpoint, I want to make sure that the title of the policy is actually correct in the motion.
Okay, Ronald Boy, I'm looking at the recommended motion right now, and it indicates, I move that the school board amend board policy 2024 online learning. as attached to the school board action report.
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean,
And
is it appropriate to actually have the motion read and change the title to?
I feel like for clarity, because the motion to amend that policy, that is correct, because that's the correct language. And I believe it might be appropriate if we amended the motion to include just language that the new policy will be titled as attached policy 2024 with the new language. So we could add something, if you wanted to make a motion to amend the motion, a motion to amend, that we just add some language on, just to be perfectly transparent, the new policy 2024 will be titled Out of District Credits and Recovery.
Can I make that motion to amend? And can I ask you to be the one to read that statement properly into the record of the motion?
Yes, and I believe
Or do I have to do something else?
If you could let the other conversation come to a pause and then go back and pick that up so that you can get the value of your colleagues' input prior to making an amendment.
Oh,
Much appreciate.
certainly.
Okay. Was that the only issue you had here, or did you have other issues that you wanted to continue on? I don't want to break up the...
No, I appreciate, no, that was actually,
flow.
that was, the other question around the 4 credit limit was answered, and Running Start, and then the online learning and the title change was my only other question. And then Director Geary talked about the $15.99 aspect, so, yeah, I don't
Okay.
have any further questions. It's
Other
really just
questions,
clarifying
comments,
that.
concerns? We'll circle back around. Director Burke?
I want to thank my colleagues for their attention on this and the other similarly numbered policy that I constantly confuse as well. And then just around the naming, I don't know if if it would be appropriate to call it a Scrivener's thing to amend, move that the school board amend and rename board policy blah blah blah, or if you actually have to state the name.
I see Acting Chief Counsel shaking his head up and down that
I think that's a
that
great
works
solution.
for him.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, my question, folks, is, so we're going to clarify the procedure. How do we get that out there in a transparent fashion? The procedures have caused us some trouble in the past, and we're looking to learn from our past. And how do we get that out there so that everybody feels comfortable that we are in fact being transparent?
Should potentially it come back through CNI committee?
It would
Just
as a report with an attachment. Would that work for you all? I see consensus. Okay, so we've got a Scrivener's error. Let's do a roll call on the motion as amended with the Scrivener's error to the title. Amend and rename. Roll call, please.
Director Burke?
Aye.
Director Geary?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Patu?
Aye.
Director Pinkham?
Aye.
Director Harris?
Aye.
This motion, as amended, has passed unanimously.
Okay, number 6 from the consent calendar, amending board policy number 2420, high school grade and credit marking policy, came before CNI December 11th for approval. Motion, please.
2420, this is the opposite number.
I move that the school board amend policy number 2420, high school grade and credit marking policy as attached to the board action report.
From the motion.
We should make her sing it. Okay, questions, comments, concerns from my colleagues? Director Mack, you removed it from the consent calendar. Please tell us why. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any opposition to the current changes that are being made, and I understand that There's been a lot of work going into them. I just wanted to daylight the fact that the legislature just recently passed 1599, which is likely to impact this policy and a lot of other things that we have going on. So that this policy might come back in the not so distant future again. And so I wanted to invite staff to kind of daylight that for the public and clarify what those changes might be.
Yes, Diane DeBacker, Chief Academic Officer. You are correct in the passage of House Bill 1599 and the governor signing it just last week. It will impact this policy. We are still receiving guidance from OSPI, but we do know that it will be impacted. Just to remind you, this particular policy has been sitting to the side for several months as we finished up 2024. So the only thing that has changed with this is the passage of House Bill 1599. So we will be addressing that as we receive more guidance. It will impact it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Director Geary?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Burke?
Aye.
Director Patu?
Aye.
Director Pinkham?
Aye.
Director Harris?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Okay, and let's go back to amending and correcting the minutes. Acting Chief Boy, will you help me out here? I think I found it on my phone. At page 4, paragraph 4, I'd like to amend the first sentence that reads, in part of the second sentence, Director Harris asked about since time immemorial in training for STAR mentor teachers. Ms. Morris reported STAR teachers have not yet been trained in since time immemorial, period. The substitute language then, and I sent this earlier this afternoon, and encourage everybody, if they want staff's assistance, and if you spot something, heads up, get it out there. Director Harris asked Native Programs Manager Gail Morris whether it was true that STAR mentor teachers and Seattle Teachers Residency, STR teachers, had not taken the since time immemorial professional development. Question. Ms. Morris reported STAR mentor and Seattle Teachers Residency teachers had not taken the offered professional development period. So I make a motion to amend and correct the minutes as follows. Do I have a second?
Second.
Awkward, making my own motions.
It's all good. I read it on email. I second that.
Okay. Comments, questions, concerns from my colleagues? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Director Burke?
Aye.
Director Geary?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Patu?
Aye.
Director Pinkham?
Since I was not there, I'll abstain.
Director Harris?
Aye.
This motion has passed with a vote of 5 to 0 to 1.
Okay. C number 1, approval of annual highly capable program plan. Came before CNI April 23rd for approval. Motion, please.
I move that the board approve the highly capable program plan as attached to the board action report for submission to OSPI for school year 2018-19 to support highly capable services and the district's gifted eligibility identification process, and that the school board authorize the superintendent to apply for the allocation of funds from OSPI.
I second the motion.
Comments, questions, concerns from my colleagues that may not have been brought up with a thorough conversation during introduction? I'll make a comment. This is the first time I think that I have indicated that I will vote in favor of same. And it is my pleasure to do so because I think we've made some progress in how we report and how we communicate. Other comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, roll call, please. I see Acting Chief Boy at the podium. That's not necessarily good news.
So just to be clear, it appears that we approved the amended minutes, but we didn't actually approve the amendment to the minutes by vote. So
Busted.
Busted. So I think we
Okay,
just want to take a
so
step
can
back.
we approve the minutes as amended? We did the amendment. Just let's fix it while we can, please. Thank you. Motion to approve.
So I
Can we
think
do
we
a
just-
motion while we're in a motion?
So we just want to be clear,
We-
did you feel like you approved the changes?
Yes?
Okay, so then we need to approve
So
it.
then we need to
Okay.
approve the full body of the document as amended. I skipped a step. I was so excited.
So should we call the vote on the motion that is active and then return to that one?
I'd like to get the other vote done now. Please,
as
thank
you
you.
wish.
Chair's prerogative. I don't want to
So-
step in it twice in a row here,
Yep.
okay?
So that essentially looks like I
Can
move
we
approval of the minutes from the April 24th, 2019 oversight work session and the May 1st, 2019 regular board meeting as amended.
Second.
All those in favor, please roll call, please.
Director Burke?
Aye.
Director Geary?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Patu?
Aye.
Director Pinkham?
Abstain.
Director Harris?
Aye. Okay, now we go back to the roll call vote for C1, approval of annual highly capable programs plan.
Director-
Having seen no comments, questions, concerns from my colleagues, roll call, please.
Director Burke?
Aye.
Director Geary?
Aye.
Director Mack?
Aye.
Director Patu?
Aye.
Director Pinkham?
Aye.
Director Harris?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Yeah, let's take 15 minutes to stretch, and I would suggest to the folks that are in the audience, this will be posted on YouTube in the morning. And we've taken our public comment, so you can get home to your families and/or watch the latter part of this if you're interested, given all your all's investment in this process, and you can have a meal while you watch. 15 minutes, we're in recess. Items. And for the executive committee's work plan at some point, sooner rather than later, if we could change our rules so that we don't have to read every word of these for introduction, and we can do like the legislature does, first and last sentence. Here goes. High school science instructional materials adoption came before CNI April 23rd and April 30th for approval of this item would accept the recommendation of the High School Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for instructional materials for all students taking 9th grade Chemistry A, Chem A, 9th grade Physics A, Phys A, 10th grade Biology A, Bio A, 10th grade Biology B, Bio B, and 11th grade Physics B, Phys B. and authorize the superintendent to purchase Carbon Time as the core instructional materials for the Seattle Public Schools High School Biology A, Bio A, science classrooms, to approve the district-developed curriculum for Bio B as the core instructional materials for Seattle Public Schools High School Biology B, Bio B, science classrooms, to approve the district-developed curriculum for Chem A as the core instructional materials for Seattle Public Schools High School Chemistry A, Chem A, science classrooms, and to purchase PEER as the core instructional materials for Seattle Public Schools High School Physics A and B, Phys A and B, science classrooms for an amount not to exceed $1,034,132, covering licensing through school years 2019-20 through 2027-28. Note, a minor edit on 5/14, May 14th, intro and action dates updated on the board action report to reflect correct meeting dates. And let me just say, as a point of privilege, whatever happens with science adoption from the board votes, this board absolutely, fundamentally respects all the work that has been done to date. Some of the frustrations about how this was teed up, certainly lessons learned in the past, and certainly our current superintendent, our current chief academic officer were not here when some of those missteps may have been made. And there's a certain science teacher in the room, I believe still, who made an impactful and incredible difference in my child's life, who will graduate in exactly a month to a science career that is phenomenal because of that mentorship, because of pointing out opportunities, and was one of the folks that helped develop this curriculum, and I am beyond grateful. Chief Academic Officer Diane DeBacker, take it away, please.
Thank you, President Harris. And you have teed up this bar very nicely. Thank you for doing that. As you've seen in the bar, as you heard from the work session that we held about a month ago and the committee of a whole a few weeks ago, you know that this high school bar is one that has a blended approach to the curriculum, and that is approving or recommending Carbon Time, district-developed, teacher-developed, Seattle Public School teacher-developed curriculum, and then PEER. So you've already read over those and you've seen those. But before I pause to give you time to ask questions, I'd just like to say a few introductory words that you'll only have to hear once tonight. You will not have to hear it in the middle school bar or the elementary bar, because we use the same process and all. But I want to take you back in time just a little bit. You heard it from some of the speakers who were here tonight, is that it has been anywhere from 18 years to 24 years since Seattle Public Schools has had a science adoption. And I think that's important to remember. Whenever we have that much of a lag of time between an adoption and what we're doing, we find that materials are out of date. We find that much has changed in our world, and certainly much has changed around science. So I will take you to 2013. And in 2013 is when the state of Washington adopted the Next Generation Science Standards. And I'd have to say that based upon my experience doing curriculum adoptions at a district level and at a state level in other locations, that if we, and I mean it collectively as Seattle Public Schools, had a misstep in this process at all, is that we were not quicker to respond to new state standards with our curriculum adoption process. Typically, when you are looking at a new curriculum in any school district, it is triggered, or there's a lever that triggers that, being new state standards, being new standards maybe that are across the United States, as we saw with the Common Core standards. And typically a district will then come in behind that in probably less than a year's time and say, we need to at least review what we're doing. We didn't do that in Seattle Public Schools. We're not pointing the blame at anybody for doing that or not doing it. But as we move forward, because there will be another adoption process at some point, right? There'll be an adoption process with social studies or another English language arts or another science round. We just need to be quicker to respond to the lever that would do that for us. And in this case, it was 2013, and it was the next generation science standards being adopted by the state. So let's acknowledge that and say that we'll do better in the next time that we're faced with that. As you know, with the process, we followed policy 2015 in order to do this. You heard at the committee of a whole when Director Geary asked Kathleen Vasquez to talk about how this was done in the English language arts adoption and the different steps that we went through. The same thing happened with science. So I'll take you through those stages very, very quickly just to help you remember that. So it began in April of last year with the board approving that we could then review science standards or review what we do in science. Started there. It was then a call to the community saying, does anybody want to be on these adoption committees? We had 90 people respond, over 90 people respond. We accepted everybody, I believe. I'm checking for clarification. Everybody that said that they wanted to be a part of it. From that, the committee then set the review criteria into how they wanted to look at the different possibilities of vendors that may come in. From that, an RFP was developed, and from that, the RFP was sent out to vendors saying, please respond to what we're looking for. Proposals came in. The committee met. They reviewed those proposals against the criteria, and then from that point on, we then put those out and looked at which ones would go out into our schools in a field test. And so that field test happened. You have that in the science bar as to which different, the three or the ones that went out to be reviewed. Then it came back and we looked at those field test results. We looked at pre and post tests from students, observations, from teacher observations. We had community inputs. There were 2 opportunities for community members to review these materials on a Saturday in the beautiful city of Seattle. And then they were online and available to review as well. Then the committee came together and made a final decision as to which ones to put forth. That is the same process, very abbreviated as I'm describing it, that matches policy 2015. It is the same process that we have used with other curriculum adoptions. That is why we are here today, bringing this recommendation to you. I'm very proud of the work that the committee has done with this. As you all know, I stepped into this process about 3/4 of the way in. So I had to catch up very quickly, and I will admit that there were times that I was not as caught up as I should have been. Director Burke and I have had a few discussions about that, so thank you for your patience. But as I look at the process and how it was applied against or to policy 2015, the process was followed. It was thorough, it was exhaustive, as you've heard and as you've seen. And as you know, we don't have to remind you that this is one of your great opportunities and privileges that you have as approving a district curriculum. I think what you have in front of you tonight with the high school proposal is very innovative. It is looking at what's out there. Carbon Time and our district developed, our Seattle Public School developed curriculum. Those are free. Those are open resources. They're online, so you can see the cost of that. As President Harris mentioned, with this particular cost of this is the lowest cost of any of the 3 adoptions that we're bringing forth to you tonight. And so we're looking at how we can do this in a different way than what we've done before. So I think that is enough comments from me. I think probably through your questions we'll be able to answer those. I will acknowledge that sitting here with me and standing beside me tonight, we have people who know this much better than me. We have Mary Margaret Welch, our program manager for science, and Dr. Kyle Kenosha, who has led this through the entire process. So with that, President Harris.
Questions, comments, concerns from my colleagues, please? Director Burke.
So I appreciate we're starting with high school and working our way down, because I think this may come as a surprise, given maybe it has had the appearance that I've been overly critical of the process K-12, but I really have very discrete feelings about each group, the high school, the middle school, and the elementary. And I'm actually really excited about where we're going in high school. You know, I was maybe a little skeptical around technology in K-5. By the time you get to high school, it's not just, you know, the use of technology is pretty ubiquitous, and the students that don't have access to it we place them at a disadvantage. And so I'm actually, as I indicated, excited about this. We're working towards a one-to-one computer model in high school, which could allow students to have their own laptops. I believe that's coming through CNI, I think even now. And so I think that implementation is going to have, some farther reaching ramifications. High school science is going to be shifting as a result of that. And I believe that that's appropriate. So my ask is that within the high school work, that we're really intentional about our feedback loops because of that. Because we're looking at teacher-created materials, we're looking at blended learning, we're looking at, you know, the technology components, that we take that very intentional look and continue to report back to the board, because I think that is actually, I just think it's going to be exciting.
Director Geary, then Director Mack.
I still remain a little fuzzy in terms of what we are prepared to purchase. And I'll ask it on each one so that we're clear.
Sure.
Should this one be passed, are we prepared to purchase it, and for which grades will it be purchased? Which schools will get the benefit of this curriculum exactly?
All high schools will get the benefit of this curriculum, so all 9 through 12s.
And what about the highly capables that have 7th and 8th grade will get 9th and 10th grade curriculum? So they will all have that as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
So, okay.
And specific to the cost, and I should have mentioned that in my introductory remarks, the costs that you see in front of you are, at least for the ones that are open resources, so the Carbon Time and our teacher-developed ones, the cost apply to bringing them to be ADA compliant, and you mentioned that before in previous comments. It is to maintain the website, and then it is for our professional development, because we will need to have professional development alongside this. You heard one of the speakers tonight talk about the success of CCC has largely been due to that we've had professional development walking alongside these teachers all along. There is a cost also for peer for that particular one, but the bulk of the cost has to do with us just maintaining our system so that teachers can access this curriculum.
So will it be available to teachers starting this coming fall?
Mary Margaret has said yes.
Mack.
I said in my comments earlier that my undergrad was environmental and social system studies, and I also did early on a internship with the Center for Eco-Literacy, which was an organization focused on learning about ecology and the importance of doing that in nature. So I come from a perspective of being thoughtful around our use of technology. I believe that we need to be using technology effectively, and it's important. But I do have concerns about the possibility of overusing it. And I appreciate your acknowledgement of the part of the process where we didn't start the adoption process really when we should have many years ago, and that there's a lot of gaps that got filled in during that time because of that. And everyone, I mean, we do this with our funding situation as well. So this is, you know, it's understandable. We end up filling gaps, and, you know, people are trying to do the best and bring along the curriculum, because we need curriculum for our students. And so that's something that's very clear to me. And going forward, what I also, as a board director, have realized that we don't have a policy that lays out what our perspective is of technology use in schools. We don't have a statement of, we don't want kids sitting in front of screens all day. We don't have those guiding principles stated anywhere yet. We had the online policy, which we just repealed, that had something related to that, but we don't actually have a policy that lays out this, you know, our perspective as a board and a district, how we want to move forward with technology. And technology is just moving so quickly. We're just kind of on a train, and this is something I think we need to be thoughtful about. So I know that there's a digital learning policy that's coming forward, and I think that'll be helpful. But I also would like to suggest that we should focus a little bit more on actually developing a technology policy, and what do we want to actually be doing as we go forward, because this adoption process is going to, if we select these curriculum, we are investing in and committing to substantial computer outlays, one-to-one at high school and potentially lower down in the grades, and the clarification on to what extent in the lower grades we want to use computers in our classrooms, or what limitations we want to have on it. We haven't defined that. And so one of the other pieces of the 2015 that was followed but wasn't adopted is there's a statement that the board can adopt guiding principles for each adoption process. And that was something that we didn't do. We didn't actually do guiding principles. It's the last line in the policy. And 2015 is really long. It's the very last line in that policy that we can adopt guiding principles. It doesn't say you have to. So it didn't happen. And so we didn't start the adoption process for all of these with guiding principles from the board to clarify additional things that we may have wanted to help clarify for guidance. And for me, particularly around technology, I think some clarification might have been helpful at the onset of the process, because now we're having those thoughtful conversations about how much technology, and there's differing opinions on whether or not the materials in front of us are too much technology or not. But we as a board didn't set guiding principles at the beginning of the process, and so in our revision around 2015, I think that's something that I would prefer that we say we will, just like we do in the facilities planning, and the levy planning, we set guiding principles. And I think going forward in other adoption processes, that will help us hopefully reduce some of the challenging situations we've got going today with this adoption and how divisive it's gotten. So I just wanted to make those statements about those policy things and the acknowledgement of that, as well as, you know, recognize that in particular with high school, this is going to commit us to one-to-one computers going forward. And we haven't had that comprehensive discussion, and we have a technology plan that has been created, but the board wasn't, other than with the BEX planning, we haven't had those conversations. So I just feel like we should have some of those thoughtful conversations around those commitments going forward.
Other questions, comments, concerns? Director Pinkham.
Can I just get some clarification on, you do list the costs, say, on the ADA compliance, website maintenance, and professional development. Will there be a need for students or teachers to print out materials, and how much cost may that add to this?
There will be printing costs, but we have not put a figure to that.
So if we can estimate if a class of size of 30 students are taking Bio A, and again, how much printing cost is that going to be? Because I know it can get pretty expensive and if we don't have that ability to print out maybe a copy of the readings or whatever the open resource is, students would have to rely on the material online, but then, yeah, again, just the concerns about then going home. Ooh, I don't have that ability to download the stuff, especially when you look at internet speed for a lot of students. Oh, yeah, it takes me 3 hours to download this textbook, whereas someone else that's another place, it may only take a little bit shorter time. So that's other kind of costs I'm concerned about. We have the ADA compliance website maintenance, but printing costs, I'd like to see some kind of estimate on that.
So noted.
And to follow up on that particular piece, where are those costs budgeted from? Are they coming out of the high school MSOC's budget, which is already, as we know, as lean gets, or does that get billed back to the district with one of these copy machines where you punch in the code like we have back in the boardroom, so that our line item budgeting actually reflects what we are in fact spending?
The printing cost, if I am correct, are at the building level. And yes, those costs are at the building level.
Other comments, questions, concerns? Director Patu, then Director Burke.
I guess my question is, how is this material actually going to affect the different learning styles of our students?
Well, they have, I'm going to go first with my answer around the ones that have been developed by our own Seattle Public School teachers. And so they are the ones who have actually been using this curriculum and developing this curriculum as they've gone along with the diverse student body that we have in Seattle Public Schools. And so there's a variety of activities, from hands-on to working in groups. So what you would expect to see in a classroom in Seattle Public Schools, and adjusted for that particular audience.
Can I do a follow-up? So what is the comment from students? Is there any response from the students, or in terms of when they were using this material?
Mary Margaret? Yeah, it's in, we will find that for you, and we'll get that to you. It is in one of the attachments that we discussed at the committee of a whole, and we had about a zillion attachments, so we will find that for you and send that to you directly.
Thank you.
Burke.
The question around cost and professional development came up. On this one versus some of the other ones, the costs for professional development are fairly lean. It looks like it relates to a 0.4 FTE curriculum specialist. Are there any, what does that mean in terms of professional development for the actual educators, and is there a cost component for that? Where is that covered?
Mary Margaret, I think this is definitely in your wheelhouse.
So with regard to the professional development, you'll see that it's in the bar under each of the components. So traditionally, what we've done for professional development is there's a week-long summer institute with 3 follow-up days during the school year. And so those are sub-days for during the school year. So what we did is we calculated them on $250 a day for the sub-costs, reminding you also that the number of teachers at the elementary school is far greater than the number of teachers at the high school. And so that's why you see the huge divergence of cost.
May I follow up on that question? Is this professional development required of our teachers?
So the question is an important one to me as well as to you. And I have to tell you that when I was presenting at the high school LLD meeting, the ed director specifically told the principals that when the curriculum is adopted, it would be expected that all teachers would not only use it, but would be developed proficiently in terms of that. And as you know, and I don't have this particular data in the bar, so I'll have to tell you this from memory, 85% of our biology teachers already participate in professional development, and 78% of our physics and chemistry teachers participate in professional development. Also to remind you that we're going to a third year of science, and so we need to bring on board some of those teachers that have not been to the table at this point because they haven't been teaching freshmen and sophomores. So now our professional development will expand into those arenas. So we did the calculations based on our best numbers that we have for all of our high schools and numbers of teachers in chemistry, physics, and biology.
Okay, I want to be really clear here. Expected to take professional development does not mean required to take professional development. Is that correct?
So as I think Cashel Toner explained to you during the committee of the whole, that is a negotiation component with SEA. So that is bargaining. And so, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Kyle Kenosha, Executive Director of Curriculum Assessment and Instruction. I will point out that in our implementation of CCC, all teachers were required, whether it was a summer online training. If they didn't get it, then they were required to do it when they came back to school using sub-release days.
Dr. Clover Codd,
Yes.
Chief of Human Resources.
Thank you. Just because I know what's in the contract on this item, teachers can be required to take up to 24 hours of mandatory professional development that's district directed. We do have to pay them, obviously, for their time or for
As
the
well
subs.
we should.
But we can mandate up to 24 hours per year.
And that's under the current contract, and we are currently starting to negotiate on the next contract. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
A couple other answers to questions. So Director Patu, you will find that information that you'd asked for in attachment I, specifically I.2 and I.4. So if you look at the bar specifically for high school and look at attachment I, you will find the data. And then the other questions that came in with regard to printing costs, currently our teachers do have a lot of printing that's done because they've been developing their own instructional materials. So they're creating all of this. So actually, I would tell you that in my best estimation, and we will get you the figures, but in my best estimation, those printing costs will actually go down because we will be more conserving of those resources. And because also the digital platform does give students access to reading materials, and not all children would need to have printed materials. Last point that I think is important, there seems to be some confusion about the technology that's required. These are not tech-based courses, none of them. Thank you.
I have another question. When you teed this up, you did not talk about the waivers that came forth a year before we started the adoption process. And I can remember painfully well sitting in some of those meetings at CNI and in 3x3s. I think Dr. Kenosha will remember those as well, where some of us found the waiver and the lack of communication about how this came to be. And I think we need to acknowledge that and our lack of communication. I don't want to look backwards, but I do want to create an appropriate and authentic record about the waivers.
There were no waivers for high school, so if we can hold that to middle school, maybe? Is that okay? Okay. Also, good, I'm glad we made that deal. So I know I still have to deal with that deal, but I want to also go back to Director Mack's question about any policies around technology. Chief Information Officer or Technology Officer Kroll has provided that Policy 2022 does state that the board also believes that students need to be proficient users of information, media, and technology to succeed in a digital world. It goes on, but we can reference and look back at how 2022 crosswalks with that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate bringing that up because actually it was brought up in public testimony. However, what we haven't pulled apart is what that means in practice. And I think part of that for me is because what I mean by the reliance on technology is a tech-based curriculum is maybe not the same thing as what other people are thinking. The fact that this is on the computer and it requires a computer to access it unless somebody prints it out means it's tech-based to me, because you have to have a computer to get there. So that is maybe different than other perceptions around tech-based. But the requirement that in order to access the curriculum, the materials, you have to use technology to get there makes it tech-based for me. So I just want to clarify that's part of where some of the conversations for me get a little disconnected, because I fundamentally believe that we need to be using technology appropriately and teaching our students technology. We need to be teaching students to type earlier on, because they're using those computers early on in fourth grade. We also need to teach how to use Excel appropriately. I mean, there's a lot of actually not being able to use Excel well is one of my pet peeves as a former consultant. So my point is not that we don't have some policies and we don't have some statements, but I don't think we've actually been clear enough about how we want to move forward and what it means. The current technology plan actually has a lot of that information in it, but it's not a board policy. So I would like to see us kind of tying the information that's in the technology plan into a board policy so we can get clarification moving forward on what we mean.
And we do need to keep in mind that the state of Washington does have the ed tech standards that we have to also pay attention to. So yes, that will be part of our further discussion if.
So there's ed tech standards that are relatively new in the last couple of years. Given your comments just a bit ago about, new standards start an adoption process, is there an adoption process that we'll be needing to start to that, or it's not something that's going to be required, or we don't know?
It is not on our current curriculum and instruction plan.
Director Pinkham and then Director Burke.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to the chart again that lists out the year 1 through year 9 costs, and the years 4 through 9 are clumped together. Why is there no cost for everything but BioA? What are we paying for in that years 4 through 9?
You guys need to wiggle up there a little.
Because I'm not sure if we're just making payments over 9 years for BioA, but only over 3 years for the other 9 years. So I'm just curious what that extra cost in years 4 through 9 for BioA is.
I don't have an answer for you right now. But Mary Margaret does. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, Diane has it here. So the professional development is the bulk of the cost for BioA, and we are offering 3 years of professional development to implement the program. So then the years other than that, we're not budgeting anything in there because we will already have the resources and the professional development will have been completed. So the years 4 through 9 for BioA would be mostly about web updates, and we're trying to put all of the assessment tools online as well. So
we have teacher turnover though in 9 years? So
Yes.
how could they be 0 in years 5 through 9? Help me understand that, please.
It's not that there won't be any professional development, but it won't be within the context of this bar. So that will be our responsibility to take that on. If you want me to, yeah, go ahead, Diane.
It'd be as it is currently. As we bring any new teacher on, we have to provide professional development in whatever area they're teaching, whatever grade they're teaching. So it would be as we normally bring a new teacher on and get them up to speed.
Go ahead.
Okay, so then following up then with some of this other curriculum that says it'll also include upgrades and updates. So after that year 3, the providers are still committed to provide us updates at no cost.
Yes, and keep in mind that the bulk of those providers is us,
So we're not charging
Seattle
ourselves?
Public Schools.
We could be making all kinds of money.
So were and are our teachers being paid an hourly wage for A, being on the adoption committees, and B, developing this curriculum, high school curriculum? So there would then, in fact, be a cost for updating curriculum if we are paying teachers an hourly wage, like we should be. So how can that be zero?
So some of those upgrades are specifically upon us that are curriculum and instruction folks. So having curriculum people, high school curriculum specialists, that would be their assignment to update that. In terms of development takes a lot of hours. It takes a lot of teachers. So while we're in development, absolutely teachers are paid. They're paid during the summer. Clover can help me with the exact amounts. And then the adoption committee, it's very specific in the board policy that they're paid $17.92 an hour. So during the adoption committee process, that was their fee. But during the development of instructional materials, especially summer costs, then those summer costs are commensurate to whatever the particular CBA calls for.
Director Burke and then Director Mack.
I just wanted to share because I always have to bucketize things, the conversation we've had around the ed tech or technology-based programs, or that the language there without clarity and without specificity can create some misunderstandings. And so I just also wanted to, my interpretation is that there are kind of 3 key areas, where one is that the technology is an information channel. So this is like digital materials or online materials, you accessing a PDF or accessing something that requires a computer, or using a computer for web research. So that is like an information channel. The middle one, technology as a teacher, is the one that I'm obviously the most concerned about, because I feel that that's a place where adaptive technology could be trying to muscle in and, and bust up our relationships and the expertise of our teachers. And then the third one that I'm the most excited about is technology as a tool, where we're learning typing, Excel, SolidWorks, programming. We're using the computer as a thing to build our learning on top of. So if that's a grouping that, I think that some of that is actually captured in the ed tech standards. But I think the more we can be clear about what our technology uses are in the programs, the better we can prevent misunderstandings.
Director Mack?
I really appreciate that, because the way you laid that out actually helps clarify, I think, part of the conversation that's so challenging around this. Because of the fear, I would agree, is using technology as the teacher, and that is the part that we want to avoid doing, and that technology as a tool is actually really, really powerful in our schools. And so having structures in place to make sure that that's what we're doing instead of the other would be helpful. And so thank you, Director Burke, for clarifying that. My question was actually going to ping off President Harris's questions around the PD, and my curiosity is around how many high school curriculum specialists we fund across the district, and is that an ongoing commitment that is in the budget and it's district wide, and how many are there? There was a public speaker earlier that mentioned the adoption time many years ago, there was 5 of them or something.
8.
So we have 8 at this point?
No, there were 8.
There were 8. And how many are there now?
Well, 2.6.
you weren't speaking to the mic, so I'll just say it. 2.6.
We also have teacher leaders who are also serving in curriculum specialist positions. So we have two teacher leaders who are building teachers full-time, not full-time, part-time. Kim Din, as Director Harris pointed out, actually serves as a curriculum specialist .2, and so that's part of her assignment, so she helps with that work. And then I have two curriculum specialists, one from Roosevelt and one from Hamilton Middle School, who are serving as a .2 as well. So when we added all of those components in, it's bigger than 2.6, but people who are here in JSC in the building, we have 2.6. Actually, 2.8, I'm mistaken, correct? Yeah, it's 2.8.
And this may seem redundant, but I don't know that it's ever been put on the record. The legislature removed the science testing for 11th grade as a requirement for graduation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was one of the drivers, that and the NGSS standards, for bringing this curriculum up. Is that correct?
In all three, yes, it was. And so because of what was signed into law last week, that has changed. No longer is passing the high school science assessment a requirement for graduation.
But successful 3-year science.
Yeah, the graduation, yes, successful, yes. Taking science classes is required, but not passing the test.
Gotcha. Director Burke? And then if we could move on to middle school science adoption next.
Since you
Time
went
check.
there, thank you for that. And maybe this is a topic for a Friday memo because it's not immediately relevant to this, but does that passage and the no longer needing to take the assessment at a particular time in the year, does that adjust our sequencing, how we talked about the courses and we were splitting some of them up that had some concern? Do schools have more flexibility now in how they stage things for their master schedules?
We have not had those discussions yet. Again, I keep stating that bill was just signed into law last week. We are still receiving guidance from OSPI. We did send in last week's Friday memo a brief summary of what 1599 means, but we have not had those discussions. The assessment committee meets actually tomorrow night. I have to split myself and be in two different places tomorrow night. That may or may not be a discussion topic. Again, we're kind of moving at the pace that we're seeing OSPI. We're not trying to get out in front of something, making decisions about something that later may, we need to be patient as we move through this, this new environment around assessment.
And did the legislature give us any money to implement any of this? Or
Chief
is it yet
Financial Officer
another
Joe
unfunded
Limburgi is not here tonight
mandate?
to answer that question.
If we could put that in a Friday memo feedback loop, much appreciated. Director Mack, please.
I appreciate the question around 1599 and the impact, because the part of the challenge here and why we went down this road of splitting, Chem A, Chem B, and realigning was because of the timing of the test, as I understand it. Now we don't have that timing of the test, and that there are other districts that have chosen not to do that.
Okay, there
But-
appears to be disagreement from
Okay.
the science program manager that we'll have to take up at a different time, perhaps in a Friday memo.
Okay, so but the lead-in to my actual question is relevant to all the rest of these bars as well, is there's some unknown in my mind about how effective this curriculum will be, and so I just want clarification on the timeline that we're committing to it, and then do we have any midpoint checkpoints at which we are checking in on whether or not it's actually being effective towards the standards, and to reevaluate that?
Well, I heard two questions within what you said, and one was, how do we know if it's going to be effective? The critical point here is that there must be alignment between what we're teaching and the standards that have been presented to us being the NGSS standards. So if we have a tight alignment, which we believe we do, with all of the bars that we're bringing forth to you tonight, we believe that that will get the results that, that we're looking for. So it looks like Kyle has stepped up here beside me and has, feels that this is important that he add to this.
I wanted to point out that with our two adoptions, both CCC and Envision Math, we've been working with research and evaluation, generally in a 3-year study of the trajectory of these, and included in that study is, you know, a look at how student achievement is affected. And so, you know, we've developed pretty much a protocol to actually do that now that will apply to pretty much any adoption.
Excellent point.
Okay, I'm sorry. I am going to go there. We've asked research and evaluation to take a look at Honors for All, and we still have yet to see any look back on a potential course correction, but yet we've been promised that. So if it's not part of the bar, how do we embed that?
I'm not sure if I'm going to answer it as to what you're expecting, so you can, we'll see where I go with it. What we know is that anytime that we start a new adoption, whether it be English language arts, social studies, or science, we have learned that we need to bring research right along with us. So instead of waiting for 9 years when we're done with this, or when we go to a new adoption, we know that we need to have that research walking alongside with us to help us gather that data so that we can tell the story along the way. And so that's what we're doing. There's a couple things that have happened just even operationally to make that a little bit easier for us at Seattle Public Schools. Research and evaluation was moved to teaching and learning, to the teaching and learning division. So there's a direct connection between what we're doing in this whole curriculum world and our research and evaluation team being right beside us. And we're seeing that to be so valuable. So I'm not sure if that answers the question.
It helps.
In terms of the HC, and here I will, I don't know if Wyeth is still in the room. He has left, but you do have a task force going on right now, an advanced learning task force. Those results or those findings will be brought to you in the fall. And I believe that topic will be addressed there, but I'm not sure. So I am speaking as to, I'm not quite sure if that answers your question or if I've just overcommitted us.
It helps, and I wonder whether a check-in after 3 years and a look back on growth rates, disaggregated data in terms of socioeconomic, students of color, Title I schools, would be an appropriate add to all 3 curriculum adoption bars. We've spent a lot of time on this board looking backwards, unintended consequences, and I want to look forward. I want to develop that trust and systems to where it's part of our identity. So I wonder whether thought could be had from the good folks in this building as to whether such an amendment would be brought forth, say, by staff between now and action.
The reason that I am pausing and maybe even looking a bit puzzled is that I would consider that to be part of what we normally do.
And I wish that I could agree with you, but unfortunately, knowing the history here and the bandwidth issues, curriculum and instruction curriculum adoptions used to be the first things cut straight off the top. In years past in this district, evaluation, scientific research and evaluation, such as we have such good people doing here in the district, wasn't funded. So if it's not in a bar, what is Director DeWolf's phrase? If it's mentionable, it's manageable. And one of the things, when I eventually leave this dais, that I want to leave is a better system for those folks that will be sitting up on the dais 6, 8, 10, 12 years from now. It will be clear, and the collaboration, we don't have to argue about what happened in the past. It'll be set forth.
Yeah, I as your chief academic officer, we will be doing that research and that evaluation and that continuous feedback loop to us and to you all along the way. The adoption of this curriculum is really, the easy part will be the adoption. The hard part is implementing. That's where the real work begins, and that's where we'll start to gather data. So for me, I just, that will be part of what we do. Whether it needs to be in a bar or not, I will.
Obviously something
visit
I'm
with
sure
someone.
that you and the superintendent and the small cabinet will discuss.
Yeah.
Director Burke.
Director Harris, may I answer your question before we go to Director Burke?
Please.
I think it's really important for you to understand that without common instructional materials across the district, we actually haven't had common assessments. And without common assessments, we can't really show you growth across the district because we're not expecting teachers to give assessments and we're not evaluating those and looking at those. So indeed, we have our high stakes assessment and our new WACAS, which is one piece of it. This is our first year. And so looking in 3 years at only the WACAS, I think would be short-sighted. I think what's really important is that it's our opportunity with new instructional materials that actually have embedded assessments, which we have never had before, common assessments across our district, then we can start having those kinds of discussions and answering those kinds of questions about the effectiveness of the instructional materials, but also to help guide our instruction so that when we see different schools having different outcomes, it gives us opportunity to just share successes and make modifications on behalf of our learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Burke.
Precisely to your question and whether something should be in the bar, there is a bullet in the bar in the implementation section 12 that says June 2020, the science department will conduct an evaluation of the first year implementation of the adopted instructional materials, including an analysis of student growth, data, and teacher-student community input and feedback. So I think while the 3 year isn't there, the 1 year is there, and it would provide an opportunity to extend or adapt.
Okay, seeing no further comments, questions, concerns, let's move on to middle school science instructional materials adoption, which came before CNI April 23rd and April 30th for approval of this item would accept the recommendation of the Middle School Science Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for instructional materials for all middle school science classrooms and grades 6 through 8 and authorize the superintendent to purchase Amplify Science as the core instructional materials for all grades 6, 8 Seattle Public Schools science classrooms for an amount not to exceed $2,069,686, covering licensing from school year 2019-20 to 2027-28 in an amount not to exceed $565,857 for in-house professional development and collaboration and a 1.0 FTE curriculum specialist. Note, minor edits were made May 14. Intro and action dates updated on the board action report to reflect correct meeting dates. Take it away, CAO DeBacker.
Thank you very much. You again have set us up to have, not set us up, but you have teed this up in order for us to have some great discussion. So let's talk a little bit about the middle school proposal that you have in front of you. As you've looked at the bar, you obviously know that Amplify Science came through the process ahead of the other two options at every stage of our process. This included our teachers, our students who provided input, and our community. The most critical step was that final deliberation as we looked at stage one, from where the criteria was set way back in the beginning, to how we then sent out and looked at which vendors would actually get to be in our classrooms to be field tested, to the field testing, to the student surveys, to the pre and the post, and everything that I've described as we talked about high school. In terms of the technology, because that issue has been brought up many, many times as to whether or not it's too reliant on the technology. In this particular one, technology is only present in about 15% of the lessons throughout the entire year. So I think we need to keep that in mind. The schools where this was taught, the engagement was high, the interest was high. You've heard that from some of the students who have visited with you today. It was exciting to see some of those middle school students who were here in front of us today. The issue of the waivers, I think I'll just address those right now because it was asked. There were indeed waivers that schools asked for in order to look at Amplify. And so I'm going to bring you back again to not having an updated, we did have an approved science curriculum, there's no doubt, but it was 18 years old in this particular grade span. And when you have an out-of-date curriculum, such as that, when you have materials that you simply can't even get anymore from publishers, and when you have a new set of standards that don't match what we currently have, then you have teachers who are very bright, teachers who know what other districts are doing, teachers who know that there is a new set of standards out there, and they say, we can do better. We can do better than what we have been presented 18 years ago. And we believe that if we take something for a test drive, think of it, taking it for a test drive, we want to take it out, we want to kick the tires a little bit, see how it works. That's exactly what a waiver process is. We allow that within our district. It is allowed within what we do. Not every middle school wanted to do the waiver, so we have some that did and some that did not. We created this ourselves. And we have to take, all of us again collectively have to take ownership of this. We want to do right by our students. Our teachers wanted to do right by their students, be able to meet those next generation science standards, and knew that there was something else available in order to get that done, and that was Amplify. Those waivers were done, and we knew that those waivers were happening.
Did the board know those waivers were happening in 2016 and 17?
I do believe the board did know that they were happening.
I'd like some follow-up on that at a later time, please. That's a terribly important question. And again, I will appreciate that you were not here and that Superintendent Junot was not here at the time.
Oh, excuse me, Kyle.
This was just about the time that I was beginning to come on board. So what I will say is, yes, the board did need to have better communication around that. I think everyone agrees that, including both the board and the staff. We did report on these because we have an annual waiver report around December in which we reported on the number of waivers. I am not going to say that that was adequate by any stretch, because what should happen is that, you know, as Dr. DeBacker pointed out, as we begin to respond to new standards and to try and meet those needs, we should have much more upfront communication with the board, you know, all along. that is something that we hope to write into a new draft of 2015 to require that at least a year after the adoption of new standards by the state or district, that our department actually do a report in terms of how it's going to respond. And, you know, as we have now done, we have much more routine reports in terms of what's happening. So I think that your statements about looking forward are appropriate. We need to learn, you know, how we can actually work better as a board and district team.
Thank you for that. My next question would be, if for whatever reason, Amplify Middle School Science does not pass as the accepted curriculum, wouldn't the waivers as they currently stand continue forth for another year? So the bottom will not necessarily fall out from where we are now. We are not starting over again necessarily in most of the schools with 18, 20-year curriculum. Is that a fair recap?
Waivers are good for 3 years. And yes, there's 1 year left on the waivers.
Okay, thank you for that. Please, go ahead, Superintendent Juneau, thank you.
I think when an adoption happens, there's so much more that comes with it than just at a waiver process. You get the consistent, common stuff. You get the common assessments that Mary Margaret talked about that you get to build upon. So you get measurements, and you get common professional development that we can then require science teachers and teachers to take a professional development. And so an adoption comes with so much more. Otherwise, yes, we're piecemealing it together. Yes, that piecemeal will continue. Some will do it, some won't. But when we're aiming, you know, I think back to Eden is like, are we creating scientists and engineers? It's like, well, we're not right now because we don't have common curriculum. And until teachers know how to teach a common curriculum, which will come with the adoption, we're going to be in a woeful spot still piecemealing it together. And so, yes, the waivers would continue for 1 more year. We'd probably be looking forward to what's going to be next. But when the board adopts it, it adds in so much more common kinds of things. And the most important thing it adds is the money to do the professional development.
Director Geary, please.
One of the things, and I think, Ronald Boy, you spoke to this some time ago when I asked that in terms of the field testing, how would the district know whether or not those being asked to rate it weren't being affected by their familiarity? And as I recall, Ronald Boy, you provided some explanation around that in terms of what steps the district had done in the curriculum and instruction meeting. But that is a concern, that if you have people who have been working under a waiver and then they're asked to test run or field test versus people who haven't worked under a waiver, there would be a bias potentially. So how is that scientifically adjusted in the numbers that were provided?
Well, I'm looking at Ronald, see if he wants to respond. Because I don't recall that specific exchange during CNI, so you don't have to.
It was a long time ago. I brought it up and I was given an explanation.
BD before Diane.
I think that, Ronald Boy, I think my recollection of that question was that, that yes, like it could create a bias. However, with anything like this, it could create a bias for or a bias against. Once someone has had the opportunity to really delve into materials that on the surface look great, once they get into them, they can either find out that they are in fact great or they can find out that they're bad. And in this situation, because we've continued, our teachers have continued to like working with the materials, it shows that, yeah, there is a bias for, because the evidence that they, found from working with them, like, prove to them that they like the materials. So that's my my opinion on it, and I think that be the same case in any materials adoption. We're not going to be expected to. It wouldn't be sensible to exclude the previously adopted, publisher of materials just because we'd used them in the past, because they potentially would have a favorable review of our teachers. We're looking for the best and the most favorable, instructional materials for our teachers, and that's what we should go with.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple other things. The field test is just one of the criteria. So there's other criteria that is also taken into consideration. So that may partially answer that. And then we did have a couple other vendors that we were looking at the time that were currently being used in some of our schools. So, and I asked this question of Kathleen Vasquez as she looked at both English language arts and social studies. And I said, has it ever been, when we have gone through previous adoption processes, have we ever had a vendor who was already in our schools that they were also a candidate? And the answer is yes. And so, and kind of in this whole curriculum world, and when you especially think about it in terms of next generation science standards, there are not, the field isn't real large, because those standards were just developed, 6 years ago. So it's taken a while for publishers to get up to speed. So it's not unusual for us to have something already being used within our classrooms that then also becomes a possible contender.
There's no prohibition of using previously waived in terms of curriculum adoption.
Correct.
Director Mack, Director Burke.
I have two questions. The first is, Ms. Mary Margaret Welsh said that there's only 15% technology, and when we're talking about Amplify, we're talking just middle school right now. I want to actually disentangle the two. Only 15% technology, but all of the materials are online. You need a computer to access it, right? We don't have books that we're giving students. Just for clarification of what we're talking about, because it's a digital curriculum that you go onto the site, you log in, you open up, you click on things, you read an article, you see a picture, you maybe do a simulation, but it's all online and not something in hand unless someone prints it out.
There are no textbooks. There are the vendor kits that are used, but there are no textbooks.
There are no textbooks in our 2002 adoption either. We haven't been using textbooks, so teachers have had online resources or file cabinet resources, as I kind of explained a couple of years ago. When I first started teaching, we made ditto mimeographs, and we had them in file cabinets, and that's how we pulled our instructional materials together frequently. And so truly,
I remember the old mimeograph. It's
I'm
awesome.
ancient, so there you have it. But the truth of the matter is that we don't have books, textbooks in our instructional materials in our current adoption of 2002 either. And so teachers have to access current relevant instructional materials, and I think that's what we want them to do. And so indeed, will the teachers themselves need a computer to access the resources? Yes.
The students do as well, though, to log into their account, correct?
But what we're saying is that just like now, sometimes kids will do a laboratory investigation, and they don't need a computer for that at all. The teachers give them a lab, and they have them execute the lab. Sometimes kids have readings, and just like we've always done in the past, we copy the readings and we hand them to students, and they use them. And they don't need a computer for that. The teacher used the computer to access the resources, so the students have the materials.
This is actually the conversation that I feel is important to have about the disentangling of to what extent that's necessary, and to have access to the materials, how that happens, whether or not the teacher's using it, whether or not you're sitting in front of a screen. So I think that clarification is really helpful. The second part to my question, though, is around the materials that are provided by Amplify. You said they're kits. Are we purchasing those? And what exactly does that mean?
So currently, we have a kit-based system as well, and if you've ever had the have an interest, I'd be happy to take you to the Science Materials Center, which is a huge warehouse that has enormous kits, and we house all of them. And a kit is basically a big tote, plastic tote, and inside the plastic tote are all the stuff that teachers need. So, for example, if I were to do an investigation on enzymes, then inside of this tote, I'd find the enzymes, I'd find hot plates, I'd find places to make ice water baths, all the things, the stuff that I need to carry into my laboratory to be able to do those, execute those investigations with kids. We have done that since the 80s. We've had kits and we've had opportunities. Ever since we've started talking more about hands-on science, we've always had kits. And that's what a kit is. It's basically a box with all the stuff inside of it that the teacher would need to execute the investigations.
So last clarification on the kits, how many kits per week or lesson, or how many kits per week or per lesson? So how frequently do they get an actual hands-on kit thing to do as part of the curriculum?
I think we're talking about two really different things. So a kit has instructional materials, and so it depends on the unit, how many times, but generally students have a hands-on experience at least once a week where they use instructional materials to execute them. Did I answer your question? I think it's difficult because I think it's so much a part of who I am, because this is how I've always done science. So I don't think I'm being very clear, but essentially, Diane's going to take it.
I think I can assist. So a unit that covers a particular topic could last anywhere from 5 classroom days to 10 to 15. So the unit itself, the kit, would contain everything to teach that unit. And depending on what that unit is, it could be a week long, it could be 2 weeks long, it could be 3 weeks long.
I know I'm going to the weeds a little bit, but I'd actually like clarification on that, because I looked into my daughter's units, and I think there's 6 of them for the entire year, as I understand it. But I don't know, so I'd like clarification on.
At a later time, please
Just following up.
clarify, Director Burke. Thank you.
There's been a lot that's gone by, so I'll try to focus here. I think so. In my mind, it's it's an undeniable fact that Amplify Science is currently in use in the majority of our middle schools. I think we've talked about that enough to say yes, it's there. I also believe that does provide it a clear advantage in any adoption process, and it's almost impossible to decouple that. But we don't want to discourage innovation. We don't want to tell people, oh, don't pilot that because we might want to adopt it someday. That's backwards thinking. Don't test that out because that would disqualify it from using it in the future. So it is a delicate dance. But fortunately, we have some policy guidance around that in Policy 2020. And so for my friend the policy wonk, and for anybody else who cares, it states when the district begins a process to adopt new instructional materials, pursuant to Policy 2015, staff participating in the adoption process should evaluate the school level data for the subject up for adoption of all schools with the relevant grades. The purpose of the school level data evaluation is to learn how our students are doing with the materials that are currently in use, whether basic instructional materials or waiver materials. This information will give the adoption team a grounding in what is currently in use and how it is working. So the intent is we don't penalize programs for being piloted or being waivered or happening to be in schools. We give them the opportunity to demonstrate their efficacy. So really, that's what, I talked about the 3 different mindsets that I have for the different curricula, or the different adoption areas. And for middle school, there's really 2 core questions in my mind. I've been speaking with Diane DeBacker about this. The first one is at closing gaps for our students. Because we have Amplify in our schools, we should have a way to say, yes, it's working. We should be able to say, this investment that has been made, whether through waiver, whether through donation, whatever method, put that one on the back burner or the parking lot, whatever method got it here, is it delivering for our kids? Because we can't put budget towards things that are not improving things for our kids. So some way of comparing the schools that are using Amplify with the schools that aren't. And I know that data is, has been requested and is being processed. And then the second question is, okay, if it demonstrates improvement for students and we adopt it, what message is that sending to publishers and our district culture? And so I believe that second question, that's for the adults. That's for us to deal with. That shouldn't impact whether we do or don't. That should determine how we manage ourselves. But the first question is about the kids. Is it helping the kids? And that really feels to me like it needs to be answered. And so that's why, I'm trying to understand, well, what is the measure? Because the assessments are varying, and it's tough to put a growth measure when you have varying assessments. But this is science, and the work that's being done, in conjunction with the experts at the University of Washington, this is a premier research university. We should have the brightest minds working on this and being able to tease out that data. And help us understand what it looks like. Is it a standardized test? Is it a component of things? Is it a performance task? But I think the information that we've seen so far has been heavily focused on using the Amplify assessments to measure the Amplify tool. And so that's a little bit of a point of a concern for me. I really want to end on a positive note on this sort of comment stream, and that is to go back to my learning walk at Denny, because they did use kits, they did use technology as a very small component, and the materials that they used from Amplify were almost all printed that were handed out by the teachers, so the kids were taking notes on them and using them as a reference that they could look at and flip over, and they could go to this other thing. So that was something that it felt very dynamic. I saw 3 amazing educators that kind of blew my mind with their craft. But what they've done, and this is what we inherit when we do waivers, is Amplify has been taken, internalized. They've built their own additional materials to fill the gaps, to adapt to their populations, and they've built their practices on top of that. So the instructional material, the supplements, and kind of implementation things, and instructional practices are now interrelated, and it creates this really difficult thing to say, oh, should we or shouldn't we use this foundation?
I'm going to ping off of what you just said, and you and I have had some of these conversations as we push assumptions back and forth, and I have to tell you, I value my colleagues for that back and forth, and yes, but what about? Denny, as we saw tonight in the consent calendar, has been the beneficiary of NESHOLM dollars for quite some time, and money talks. We've talked a lot, both in work sessions, et cetera, about equity and common curriculum and how that matters. Here's another piece, and on the outside world, when folks are writing to us, they talk about the fact that Hamilton Middle School sent a lot of folks down for professional development, California, from a national science conference. And in talking with Principal Garrett Kirschner, sorry, thank you, appreciate. They also try and keep me out of trouble to the extent that they can. Thank you. Okay, so in talking with folks, and that's how we learn, what about that PTSA extra funding? Folks that go out and buy the kits that other schools, if we pass this bar, won't be able to afford. And when Schmitz Park, then Genesee Hill, applied for their waiver, they asked their PTSA, raise the paddle. Anybody that's been to a school PTSA auction remembers raise the paddle. This is what we're raising it for this year. They spent $32,600 on those kits. And that also talks about equity and PTSA funding and enhancement. And if we don't buy the kits, aren't we asking for unlevel funding? How is that in fact common curriculum if some schools, again, are being backfilled with PTSA funds? It's a very troubling, slippery slope. Everybody wants to do right by their students and by their particular school. But if we're not buying the kits, then isn't that vacuum going to be filled by wealthy PTSAs?
I think there's a distinction that needs to be made when we gave two pricing options, that may be what you're referring to. When we say we would provide our own vendor kits, we believe that we have enough within our Science Material Center to build our own kits.
Then why are PTSAs buying amplified kits?
So you're talking specifically about Genesee Hill and
Hamilton, and if there's two, I'll put real money I don't have on the fact that there's probably 15.
So Hamilton did not purchase instructional materials for science. The instructional materials to do their waiver came from our Science Instructional Materials Center. And their PTA did not purchase it.
They
their
paid
PTA
for their entire science department to go to PD in California at a national conference.
No, that's actually incorrect. They paid, because I actually was at the conference and I spoke at the conference.
Please.
So the entire Hamilton Science Department went to the National Science Teacher Association Conference. That's not a PD conference. That's a conference where teachers go, and of course, you're developed professionally, but essentially at the conference, you listen to speakers, you learn about current trends in terms of your field, you learn about pedagogical shifts, and you have an opportunity to hone your craft by listening to experts and learning about that. And that's why they went. They didn't go to get professional development on Amplify Science at all. They went to learn about what was going on in science. In fact, it gave them an opportunity to see all of the things that were going on in science from a lot of different, potentially, vendors, but also research scientists as well. So that's what happened there. With Genesee Hill reminding us that we hadn't had an adoption since 1994, 5. And because of that, those parents were like, we've got to do something for our kids, and we want to update and do something different.
And I appreciate that, and I also appreciate that parents want to support their schools. That's inherent, but it also is a very slippery slope in terms of enhancement.
Agree.
And I'm concerned about that.
I'm concerned as well, and that's why we came forward with an adoption, because we believe the adoption would offer us this common instructional materials across our district. And we have a way and we have a procedure on how to stock those kits and how to make sure that in our elementary, as you see, it's a 3-year rollout, that there's an opportunity for us to learn from past practices and deliver instructional materials. But this time, the instructional materials are current and relevant and appropriate for our students, and they're aligned, most importantly, to our new standards. So the adoption takes away that inequity by giving everybody a common platform.
Will we be prohibiting PTSAs then from supplementing kits from Amplify?
I sure would like so.
And I would just say, I think that is a whole different policy conversation than the adoption of I mean, your PTSAs buy all kinds of stuff, science included, and so that is a conversation for the board to pick up different than whether you're going to adopt a science curriculum. And so it's a whole side question, but yes, recognized. I just think it's not pertinent to this exact adoption and the questions that are in order. And there are extra money. I mean, you guys just approved some additional funds flowing to other schools for certain uses in your consent agenda today. Nest Home really, I don't think, has much to do with science in those schools. And then, you know, we talk a lot about things being in place, and Amplify was in place in some middle schools, and so all those questions, I think, are good ones to ask whether that is absolutely, you know, if that sort of was just the linchpin that helped people decide, you know, whether it is or not. It was still decided through all kinds of different measures that this was the best one going forward. I think when Dr. Mia Williams came forward at the work session, she said, this is the floor, right? We need a common floor upon which to stand in this district, and this kind of adoption helps us. So that process, yes, but also a lot of other thoughts went into it. And I sort of liken that whole waiver issue to the incumbency of an elected official, right? You're in the seat, voters get to decide, they know you, they decide, and so it's the same kind of situation with this as well.
Director Geary, thank you.
I have some questions about what happens should this not be adopted. I know I have some background understanding in terms of all the work that went into the alignment around the high school when adoption was not really queued up. Was there similar district-wide alignment going on for middle school standards, and where would we be in that process in terms of a district-created product?
I'm not sure I understand the very last part of your question about the district-created product, but...
Well, just as in high school, we've discussed how there was internally made online file cabinets, and we have now middle school with people using different of our proposed curriculums. So where would we be if in a year from now all the waivers expire, we're left with what?
We'll rebuild our old FOSS and STC kits with the manuals that we copied in our copy machines and put them in the kit boxes so that teachers could use them. So I want to also remind us that part of why this all happened with middle school is because we were the recipients of a math science partnership grant from OSPI that brought us together with our university partners, who have collected some of the data that you're asking for. It's what I had referenced to Director Pinkham when we were in the committee of the whole. And during that process, what we actually did at the very beginning, the first year, is we took the old instructional materials, the FOSS and STC kits, and we tried to repurpose them. We tried to give them a storyline. We tried to give the phenomena. We tried to use the instructional materials that we had. We spent one entire year of our MSP grant trying to repurpose what we had in place. And we came to the reality that wasn't cost efficient, and we couldn't finish. We just didn't have the time. We didn't have, honestly, the expertise to be able to do that kind of work. So the next year, we looked and we actually used something called Insights, which was some online instructional materials that were being created by NGSS folks. And we looked at it and we tried that. And we tried really hard to see how it was different and what it looked like. And it fell short too, because it was really, really in the early stages of adoption. But through science, our mistakes help us to learn the most about what we can do the next time. And so there was a group of teachers that were getting kind of frustrated. So we pulled together an alignment team. And we said to ourselves, well, what kinds of options do we have? We've been told by the district, Dan Gallagher specifically told me never to use the word adoption. It would not happen in my tenure. And he said that we would never have an adoption. And then the teachers were like, what are we going to do? And this alignment team came together for several meetings. They represented every one of our school, comprehensive middle schools and most of our K-8s. And we thought and we learned and we listened and we researched. And that's when the teachers came up with this idea, could we get a waiver? Because we tried to repurpose, didn't work. We tried some online piecemeal components, didn't work. And so that's why we went for the waiver. So if we don't get this adoption, what we will have to do, because it's all we can do, is reconstitute our old FOSS and STC kits and go back to something that is not aligned to standards. We will not be preparing our children for the 21st century in 2020.
Quick question while you're still at the dais. And again, hypothetical. I honestly don't know what I'm going to vote on. I'm still working this through, and if I don't have an ulcer, by the time we're done, it'll be a miracle.
We can eat our Tums together.
Yeah. That's an all or nothing proposition. And I'm never comfortable with all or nothing propositions because there always seems like there's room for creativity and collaboration on a continuum. So if the waiver hypothetically is still in effect, and that gives us an additional year potentially to revisit, I don't know. I'm asking.
So
as opposed to
my understanding
all
is
or
that
nothing.
we'd start a new adoption committee. I think my colleague Jen Fox pointed out to you in 2010 when we failed an adoption for high school, what happened. And I have spent my entire time in Seattle Public Schools since I stepped in the door in 2011 trying to rebuild trust with teachers and bring them back to the table to do this work again. And that's been really hard work. And that came from professional collaboration and trust building. And I'm afraid, because of past experiences, that if we deny our middle school teachers the opportunity, since they went through this entire adoption process, I'm afraid that they may not come back to the table.
Okay, hang on just a minute, because I'm going to go there again because I want things on the table and transparent. There is a great deal of pushback in emails, etc., that say that teachers that don't agree with this pathway that we've chosen on adoptions have been sanctioned or are threatened with retribution if they speak their truth, which is not part of this adoption process. That is out there. I'm just going to put it right there on the table where it stinks.
Leslie, tonight I actually saw several teachers and former teachers who stood at this dais and expressed that, and I didn't see any retribution. Nor will there be from me.
I really appreciate this being on the table and being transparent, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, excuse me, Director Pinkham. Yeah. And then if we could move on to elementary, it's a time check at 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Well, I got to keep on the camera with my new sports jacket as long as I can here. Everyone's commenting, Scott's wearing a sports jacket. What's going on tonight? It's because Penny's closed down at Northgate Mall. They're having a fantastic sale.
We missed the memo.
One of the people that came and commented provided an exhibit of the costs right now, which I assumed is a current cost for the waivers for schools. He presented called Exhibit A. It's, I don't know if anybody else, it's this handout. It's gone around to people out there as well. Just trying to understand, because just on this, it totals over $400,000. Was that paid out of the school's budget, or did that come out of, what budget did that come out of?
We're looking at this document currently.
Can we answer that in the Friday memo? Because you guys are just getting it, so we'll figure that out.
Actually, and could I ask Acting Chief Counsel Melon Boyd to come to the podium to talk about the confusion of anonymous donors, Amplify, et cetera, and what we're doing about that, where we stand on the process, and whether somebody at Amplify, whether someone at Amplify is going to swear under penalty of perjury that a chronology of the communications between Seattle Public Schools and Amplify and the costs thereof and the gifts thereof, and that there is no quote-unquote anonymous donor. Because as has been pointed out, there has been some significant miscommunication. Can you help me with that, please?
Yes. So to answer the last part of that question, yes, we're working with Amplify Science to obtain confirmation of the chronology and the information relating to the discussion about anonymous donor. In my investigation of the matter, it appears that that the staff involved on both sides had a miscommunication, and that on one side we thought that the anonymous donor was still on the table. Amplify Science did not understand that they concluded that that a donor was no longer needed. So the discussion fell out of the conversations, and the assumption continued that that we received the licenses as a result of a donation. So we are working with Amplify through our procurement department to obtain a statement affirming that understanding. My understanding is correct, and we'll also have confirmation of the value of the product received. And it's important to remember that in 2017-18, there was product received that would be seen as a gift to the district. And at this point, all the evidence that I have shows that that's under $250,000. The next year, which would be the 18-19, this year, the product was purchased by the district, and as a result, that's kind of a different lens to look through, but still under $250,000. So we'll hopefully have all of the confirmation to you in the next couple days, working with Amplify.
Director Mack, and then I'd like to move on to elementary curriculum adoption, please. And then Director Geary, please.
Okay, I just actually would like full clarification. When we're talking about these invoices and things that were purchased, and whether or not they fall under that amount that you're researching and you're going to be working on, and then there's this additional exhibit that came to us tonight that does not include the additional computers that were required to be put into the middle school science classrooms, correct? So when we're counting up all of the money that was spent to access this curriculum, we're not including the computers that were needed in order to provide the curriculum in those classrooms. Correct?
I understand that computers were purchased and that spoken to.
Yes, in John Kroll, Chief Information Officer. There was a bar that went before the board in fall of 2017. It went to introduction in November 15th, 2017, approved in December 2017. That included, there was two parts to that bar. There were computers for blended learning. So we had a blended learning cohort that we provided computers to, and then we had the Amplify classrooms that we provided computer cards to.
Just to clarify, at that time were we informed that those computers were necessary to implement the curriculum and that these were being purchased for that purpose?
Yes, yes, we had speakers come up and talk to the board. The same speaker, Emily Alaski, spoke to the board about the Amplify curriculum and how good it was, and and Chris Carter as well.
That would have been one of my first votes, so.
There's clearly some concern that we are moving into an Amplify contract that we're obligated to move into, and that we're going to be assuming, or maybe embedded within that contract, we'll be paying back some of this money. I believe it would be very helpful to us to get a clear statement from Amplify that is, of this point, we owe them nothing, so that would be actionable, and that it would be interesting to see for districts that have purchased Amplify what their cost is, so that we know we're having an apples to apples competitive bid for what we're receiving. I think that's going to be the only way to put to rest that we are not somehow paying them back. Because this could be their tax accounting for the purposes of developing the ongoing relationship apparently is something that they do to just what they're creating. And so they would have ways of quantifying that and valuing that for their purposes as well. So it's impossible to know why this has been created, for what purpose. And all I want to make sure is that we as a district are not being told we've not paid this, and that we're not going to be obligated at any point. So those are the two things that I think: a statement from Amplify, we owe them nothing, and two, comparisons so we know it's not being folded in.
Assistant Chief Counsel, you got that? Sweet. Okay, we are moving on, folks, and this is a time check. It is 9:10. Elementary School Science Instructional Materials Adoption, CNI, April 23rd and 30th for approval of this item. Would accept the recommendation of the Elementary School Science Instructional Materials Adoption Committee for instructional materials for all elementary school science classrooms and grades K through 5. Authorize the superintendent to purchase Amplify Science as the core instructional material for all grade K through 5 Seattle Public School classrooms for an amount not to exceed $2,368,870 in a 3-year phased-in purchase and implementation plan out of the fiscal year 2020, meaning 2019-20 budget, fiscal year 2021, meaning 2020-21, and fiscal year 2022, meaning 2021-22 budgets, covering licensing through school years 2019-20 through 2027-28, and an amount not to exceed $5,040,674 for in-house professional development and collaboration. Attachment J has been updated in track changes on May 13th, minor edits on May 14th. Intro and action dates were updated on the board action report to reflect correct meeting dates. Take it away, CAO DeBacker.
Thank you, President Harris. The BAR details a rigorous process with the elementary committee. We maintain that, as with the middle school recommendation, the most critical step was the final step, and that was the deliberation of the committee. And the committee found that Amplify best represented the standards. The committee, after looking at the totality of the evidence, found that both HMH and TCI had a much weaker connection to the next generation science standards. This was so decisive that the committee did not recommend the next highest program, which was HMH, to move forward as a second choice. With that, I think it's enough to set the stage for discussion.
Comments, questions, concerns from my colleagues? Who would like to go first? I want to be out of here by 9:30, folks. max, if not before. Well, I'm just kind of forecasting you where we're going here. It's a time check. I'm not subtle. Why start now? Director Pinkham, please.
Okay, for this one, yeah, because in elementary, you're typically with just one teacher throughout the day. And then when you hit middle school, you start going to, okay, you go to your science class, you go to these other classes. So for here, I think that online kind of perception that's been going out there kind of really hit home for me a bit more. But is this still the same now for elementary, that the online is 15% or of the, what is it for here?
For K1 in Amplify Science, there's 0 for students. No online. For 2 through 5, if the student is online, they would be online only with a partner, and obviously under the direction of the teacher. And Christine, help me with the percent. 10%.
And then most of this bar shows professional development, which is actually almost 2.5 times the amount of the curriculum. And how many, were there any waivers? There weren't any waivers for the elementary science, right? They were still using our current, or?
So the answer is yes, there were some waivers for elementary science as well. And most of those waivers that happened because we opened brand new schools, and the outdated instructional materials that we were currently using could not be purchased. So the schools, instead of trying to make those kits at the SMC and copy materials and put them in the box, the schools asked that they would try a waiver to also investigate instructional materials. And I really want to say something important about professional development, and I know Director Harris is on exactly the same page that I am. First of all, it became incredibly apparent to me during the adoption process how little we have done with our elementary teachers. That's not okay. Even though we have 1,450 elementary teachers who teach science, we still are obliged to helping them to learn science. My staff was too small. We tried to do a launch to learn a little bit to help a few teachers. We only helped 400 teachers. That's not okay. And when we do this, we have to do it well, and that's the cost of professional development.
So the elementary schools that had waivers, that were brand new schools, I'm actually thinking back, and Cascadia was one of them. One of the questions that we asked before was the scope and sequence around highly capable and whether or not it's 2 grade levels ahead. Can you clarify whether or not Cascadia, first question, did we get, are we asking for the same data for elementary waiver schools as has been requested for middle school on outcome and how well this is working? That's first question. And second question is, for the HC schools that were opened, are they doing the sequence of 2 grade levels ahead, or were they not?
So the answer to your first question, with regard to the data, I agree with all of you about the fact that we need to be collecting data to understand the effectiveness of any program. And once again, I'd like to point out, we have never had common assessments, so we haven't been able to do that. The WACAS is a grade 5. That's way too long to wait to see how kids are doing in science. So we're going to have to rely on some instructional materials that have embedded in them assessments, which was one of our 5 review criteria. So yes, that's the answer. And with regard to the HC pathway for elementary and science, we're under discussion with those principals to make that determination. Because they had brand new instructional materials, we didn't do anything that was 2 years ahead. We didn't put them in the middle school kits, which is, I think what you're asking is if grades 4 and 5 use middle school instructional materials. They did not.
Director Burke.
First question, super kind of granular, and although we're already past it, I'll just mirror the question for the middle school because it's the same detail. The budget amount that is listed in the bar, in this case is 2,368,870, and for the middle school is 2,069,686. I am unable to trace that amount into the vendor materials. I think there's a lot of confusion around what are we buying for that amount? What is print? What is license? What is teacher? What is student? What is kit? And I think the vendor materials, are 70 to 100 pages that includes a very comprehensive itemized cost, but the quantities are in some cases kind of crossed out and edited. In some cases, the dollar amounts are zero. So being able to understand what is the breakout of this estimated budget amount, I think would be super helpful for us and for the public.
Yes, and we can get that for you. Absolutely.
One of the things that came in the committee of the whole when we asked about the PD looks like a really big number, but when you break it out by 9 years, by however many teachers, it comes out to $400 per teacher for 9 years. Frankly, I find that embarrassing. Just saying, my comment on the record, embarrassing and not doing right by our teachers. And just like curriculum came off the top for so very, very many years previously, professional development and budgeting for that and living our values, yada, 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 hasn't happened. And the last thing I'm going to complain about on any of this is the professional development piece. Director Burke.
So then I guess it's up to me to complain about the professional development piece.
Have at it.
It's been said, I heard it said by a previous board director, that we don't make decisions, we make choices. And so the $5 million that is allocated to this professional development, with that as a budget consideration, will we still have professional development money to be able to do, since time immemorial, professional development at that same level of commitment? And will we be able to do ethnic studies at that same level of commitment, recognizing the number of educators that we have to reach? I don't want to have this conversation in isolation. As much as I love science and would love to build it from the ground up, we need to be thoughtful about the other things we've got coming.
With the budget negotiations around these adoptions, once these choices were made, we were able to pinpoint the actual costs of both the materials, as well as we were able to calculate the amount of professional development. So for elementary, we were always, even before our budget difficulty, going to have a 3-year rollout. And that's because our science team is so small that wouldn't be able to do 1,400 teachers at once. So what we are doing, through sharpening the pencil, we determined that cost-wise, we would be able to do middle school, we would be able to do high school, and we would be able to do 12 of the elementaries and come within our budget, continue to have a budget, increased budget for since time immemorial, as well as continue the development of ethnic studies as well. So we have worked that into the $5 million that go over both this year and the next year.
Let me reflect back what I think, make sure I understand correctly. So 12 schools in elementary science, full implementation of STI, including professional development.
No, we're talking the 12 schools for elementary science, but I'm pointing out that even with middle school, high school, and the 12 elementaries, we still have the same budget. We've actually increased the budget for STI over this year, and we still maintain the ethnic studies budget as it was.
Right, that's the next part of my question. 12 schools for elementary, which leaves sufficient budget to be able to do implementation of STI in an effective way per staff planning. And development of ethnic studies, but not full professional. The development of the ethnic studies curriculum materials, but not professional development of staff. Or
I would say
yes,
that for ethnic studies, we would be able to do a considerable amount of professional development. It's similar to science in that this is district created, so therefore not as expensive, which will leave more funding to do professional development. Both planning for STI as well as ethnic studies is underway for next year.
Okay, thank you. And my last point of concern around it is that for the elementary and I believe the middle, we're funding PD for the first 3 years. We as a board are not committing future boards to 9 years of PD, not knowing fully what those budget landscapes are. I'm nervous about that, and would be interested in doing the 3-year and making sure that that's an ongoing conversation.
What I thought I heard at the committee of the whole was that those funds would be set aside in escrow so that we wouldn't have to deal with years 4 through 9, which frankly seems the most responsible to me when we make these commitments.
The reason for my concern is that I have gotten a lot of feedback from educators about mixed quality of our professional development. And I'm reluctant to commit that much money without an intentional feedback loop that includes a budget reallocation.
So the board originally had committed, before budget difficulties, $7 million for this year and $5 million for the next 4. The board will probably have to undergo conversations in terms of state funding and what that will allow us to do in future years. I have heard the board say very clearly and very definitely that curriculum is not going to be something that falls off the table.
Director Mack.
I'm sorry, for clarification, because I was having a hard time hearing it and understanding it. The PD for elementary schools is only for 12 elementaries out of all of our elementaries. We have, I think, a total of 60 elementary and K-8s. So we're suggesting to implement, what is that percentage? I mean, that is a tiny fraction of our schools if we're only doing 12. And that's concerning to me, that expectation, if the PD is so critical and so important, that we're only doing...
Well, the original rollout plan went before our budget difficulty was going to be 25 schools, phased in over 3 years. Mary Margaret has apparently a revised number.
So a couple things. Director Burke, you asked about the 3-year commitment. To also remind us that for elementary school, because we have a 3-year rollout, it really will be a 5-year commitment. Because the first rollout team goes year 1, 2, 3. The second rollout team goes 2, 3, 4. And then the third rollout team goes 3, 4, 5. So it would be a 5-year commitment. And so, Director Mack, to answer your question, the number of schools may be up to 20 schools, but we had originally anticipated 25 schools, and that would be a third, a third, a third. So what we have asked for is to have a chance to go forward with a certain cohort of schools, because we need to learn. We need to see if how our professional rolls out. To Director Burke's specific concerns, we need to know that the professional development that we are executing is adequate and it is doing the work that we need to do on behalf of our teachers. So what we've asked for is a very small cohort of teachers of schools to participate with us so that we can partner with them and learn about the effectiveness of professional development. We have university partners who have offered to help with that evaluation process, specifically about the effectiveness of professional development.
Okay, moving on. Amendment 1, were you wishing to speak to this issue in particular, sir?
Yes, so just one clarification that I need as far as when we're looking at the comparison of the scoring of the different curriculum and where Amplify would be higher and maybe HMH or the others are either significantly lower or maybe a little bit higher. How many of the schools that use Amplify also had Amplify waivers previous that were being questioned or being surveyed?
In elementary?
Elementary or middle school, I think that it kind of relates to both. What I'm trying to get at is that maybe the reason Amplify might have scored higher if it was a school that was already using it, so those teachers had experience with it, versus HMH and the other curriculum being new to teachers. And so I'm trying to see if we did try to compare new curriculum to new curriculum versus.
So I'm looking at my team because the answer is I don't think it impacted at all at elementary school. We have 74 elementary schools, and we only had 4 schools that had Amplify Science in their rooms. And Christine, am I? Zero. Yeah. So the answer is that was not a variable that was involved in this particular. 0 of our waiver schools participated in the field test.
Okay. Thank you.
We are moving on to Amendment 1 to Elementary School Science Instructional Materials Adoption. Directors Burke and Pinkham. Approval of this item would amend the proposed elementary school science instructional materials adoption to adopt HMH science dimensions from Houghton, Mifflin Harcourt for all elementary school science classrooms. Would the makers of the motion like to speak? And then let's hear some staff response, please.
I will tee it up. So I want to start by putting it, reading into the record the second paragraph in Section 2 purpose. It says, this draft amendment is requested for inclusion in the board agenda on May 15th to provide additional visibility to staff and community and gather additional feedback prior to vote consideration on May 29th. I think it's driven by some of the concerns that you've heard here around technology. Some of it is trying to get more understanding around how the scoring process worked between the two programs, and part of it is also to put that out into the public space so that folks understand what's going on. And honestly, with the Open Public Meetings Act, it's actually really challenging for directors to communicate about things. In some ways, this is a way to say, hey, colleagues, is this a thing that brings us together as a district? Because right now there's a polarity around Amplify. And so the relevant question was, it looks, from all of the data that we were provided, and again, I'll back up just a little bit, one of the key tools of engineering is a weighted selection matrix, which is a tool that allows you to take a complex process, whether it's a physical process or a social process or whatever it is, a complex set of things and multiple people, and objectively apply a set of criteria to reach an outcome. So I was really excited to see, oh, this is a full, comprehensive, scored, and weighted process. There's no subjectivity in it. It is very thoughtfully laid out, but then going through the scoring, the one that was the highest scoring was not the recommendation. The other area that sort of gave me pause a little bit was when I attended the report out from the field tests, and the educators that were piloting, field trialing HMH it felt to me like unanimously ecstatic. They were overwhelmingly positive about the program, more so than the Amplify program. And then I saw in the scoring that it scored about 12 points higher. So when we think about something that has a higher ranking by the committee based on the field trials and the community engagement, it feels like something that actually would be less polarizing, potentially cost less to implement, and have still that solid foundation, that floor that we're looking for. So that was the basis behind it. And then the conversations that I had with Director Pinkham around, is there too much technology in this? Does it, we want our kids to be developing their relationships and developing their social emotional skills, interacting with their peers, their teachers. That's the genesis behind it.
Yeah, and when Director Burke and I were talking about this, that was again, that technology was really one of the things that was for me is how much is technology, and you've been answering those questions for me now, but it still seems we got feedback from others that, no, this is too much technology for them as teachers, for those that weren't in favor of it. And that was just my concern, because I'd rather see elementary, there'll be more hands-on. As you said, it's 0%, great, if it's that. And then access to the curriculum, I'm not sure, again, at elementary level, how many kids go home and log on. Hey, let me log on and pull up the science curriculum that we just covered today. I don't think that happens too much, but as the grades get old, that's where, I guess, yeah, maybe there's some concern there. But mine was, yeah, let's minimize or even zero out the in front of the screen time for science at the elementary level, so students are more interacting with others or one of the teachers. And it sounds like that's a possibility.
Beck?
You had to get clarification on the HMH. Is it a digital curriculum?
Yes.
Is that how it's
Yes.
accessed?
Yes.
You have to log into it?
Yes. Yes.
But it's
and-
logged into by the teacher and they print things out? So this is a point of clarification that I think is really, really critical that we get.
Right, and staff has, we've done a bit of research since we knew that this amendment was coming forward, and staff response is that HMH actually has a heavier technology component for students than Amplify. It requires every student to have a unique login, whereas in Amplify, it's the teacher that has the login. And it is priced per student license fee, whereas Amplify is priced per teacher. So the technology component appears to us to be more heavy or heavier in HMH than Amplify, and it also puts more of that technology use on the student rather than the teacher.
Thank you for that. Question for you. And I appreciate that the amendment came in. What day was it? Anyway, it was posted. We requested it be posted. And I think that we came to an agreement collaboratively that putting things out there heads up made a lot of sense because that clarifies communication. When did we discover that HMH is more A, expensive, and B, is more heavily reliant on computers?
Their bid was always higher. Their initial bid was a higher bid. So that was not a mystery. But as we looked at knowing specifically that technology was going to be the focus of concerns from most of the board, we delved into that a little bit deeper as we compared it against Amplify and truly against adults versus kids.
I just hope that we get to a point sooner rather than later, even understanding OPMA, that we have more nimble and more clear communication so we don't wait until 9:35 to find that out. John Kroll, CIO.
Thank you. One thing I want to bring up is my team did the ADA qualifications for the 3 finalists, and the paperwork turned in by HMH said that they were not ADA compliant as required by the district.
And again, I would have liked to have known that the moment you found it out, not at 9:35 in a ledge meeting. Director Burke, please.
I'm surprised to hear the heavy digital component, because the report out that I heard from the teachers, many of them were like, oh, we didn't get to computer-based stuff, I had thought. That was, maybe this is something I didn't interpret correctly.
So when we received the notice that this amendment was made at 5 o'clock on Friday night, and I happen to be in Michigan because I have a mother who's passing, my team spent the entire day, Monday and Tuesday, trying to go back through into the review. It was not their responsibility to do that depth of review. That was already done by the committee. But they wanted to be able to come forward tonight and answer the questions that you had. So the work that they had accomplished in these last couple days to find out all of this information, they poured through the RFPs, they looked at all of the budget analysis, they looked at page after page of the instructional materials and have very specific, Kyle can talk to them more, very, very specific concerns about the HMH. Number one, and this did come up in this room when we did our final deliberations, in our estimations, HMH does not align to the NGSS standards. It's a retrofitted curricula. It's materials, it was Amplify was designed for NGSS, and HMH was retrofitted, and it does not have a phenomena base with a storyline, and that was the deliberation. So Director Burke, I want to very strictly point out to you the way we did not do a complex matrix process. What we did is I had a lot of professionals and a lot of community members who were trying to figure this out together. So what we really did is there was another one that you said, you went back and forth and challenged each other. That's exactly what Director Harris said that you do together. And that's what we did. We went back and forth and challenged each other. We said, oh, you see this, but I see this. Can you open up the resources and show us what you see? Can you talk to us more deliberately about that? One of our practices in NGSS is argumentation from evidence. And we practice that practice very, very well, because we never had that data set that you pulled together to put into your amendment to the bar. We never looked at that data set. In fact, the community input, you actually pulled that data together in a way we had never done before. Our team never saw that matrix that you created. So perhaps we didn't do it as analytically, numerically, but I'm going to tell you, we followed the practices of back and forth, deliberations, and argumentation from evidence. And I'd also like to say that attending to children's social and emotional gives them a chance to talk with one another and figure it out. And one of our practices is specifically to ask kids to talk collaboratively and learn together and uncover the evidence that they need to learn science. And that is social emotional learning.
So just to complete the story around technology and the two curricula, you know, I joined in today to review what our science team had looked at, and actually looked at the curriculum myself, comparing two different units in 4th grade. What I found was that the HMH lessons engage students with digital devices on the average every day. It asks students to actually do things like explore things on the web. There is, you know, a big concern on our part to ask students to actually do that with no apparent limitations other than the guidance of the teacher could subject us to some risks and problems. In comparison, Mary Margaret said that there is no technology interaction in K1. There is, by the way, in Amplify or HMH, and the only involvement in elementary with digital devices that occurs in the upper grades would occur on the average 1 to 2 times a week. In the unit that I examined both 4th grade energy units. I actually couldn't find any technology interaction in the Amplify. But furthermore, I'm told that if there was, all the Amplify digital activities are housed within Amplify's closed environment. So there is no just simply going out on the web and, you know, doing some research, which is a feature that HMH actually has. We looked at it and figured out if we were to instruct it to strip out all the technology in HMH, pretty much all that would be left would be reduced to reading text, filling in workbook blanks, and some hands-on activities, of which we found that the hands-on activities were a stronger component of Amplify than HMH. So that's what we've actually looked at before. Policy 2015 says that the curricula should still be available for examination by the board and the public between intro and action, and we could actually show you some of these things ourselves.
I certainly would like that. Director Burke, Director Pinkham, and then Director Mack. And please recall, folks, it is 9:40 and we have a labor closed session after this meeting. Time check.
I will close with thank you. I learned more in this conversation than I did from the 800 pages of content that was provided. So I appreciate the work that went behind that came to this conversation. And then also just for, I recognize that this has the feel of an emotionally charged conversation. The information that you have, that you've experienced, the deliberations of the committee, that was a closed process. So I got to hear the inputs. I got to read some of the materials. None of us got to hear any of the deliberations. And so, we looked at the same inputs and came up with different outputs.
Yeah, and I too want to thank you for this process, and just be aware that I'm bringing forward concerns that I've heard and to have addressed, because it wasn't addressed in our handouts or anything. So that I'm not attacking the process or anything that was going on. I know we need a new science curriculum for the district, definitely, but some of my constituents had questions and concerns, and I'm glad that you were able to address them and answer them, and hopefully now I'll get more feedback from them before we come to looking at having a vote on this. So, again, thank you for providing the answers for us today. Katsiayo.
I just have one thing.
Please.
I would just like, as we're talking about our communication and all this stuff, is like, I hope in the future it doesn't take a bar amendment to have this conversation. I mean, I think questions can get asked in intro. That's what intro's for. If you're not satisfied at that time, then talk of an amendment. But I just think that this was sort of really jumping ahead of where it needed to go. So just want to make that statement.
We were days ahead of doing it on the fly from the dais, and we have paid hell for those unintended consequences in the past. So however it happened, I think we got lots of lessons to learn here, and I'm really grateful for them. Director Burke?
Because we're talking about timing, and full transparency disclosure, this was discussed with staff at least a week before the amendment was submitted, with the intent of trying to understand, was it a viable thing? The fact that we didn't get that sort of rich feedback that we're getting now, the amendment turned into a vehicle for that. So my apologies if it created extra work. I think it was a fruitful conversation, though.
Director Geary, please.
I'm glad that it came out. I'm glad that we did it this way as opposed to not. It really does highlight, I'm just going to underscore it once again, how difficult it is for the board to communicate outside of the public eye. It's really, I think the public would have to assume that we have rich conversations and that we all get to benefit from them. And that is not at all our reality. Our conversations around anything big and important have to happen in a group. We're unpaid. We're here in varying schedules. There's some for audit and finance, some for curriculum instruction, some for operations, some for exec. We don't get in the room. And so we even lose track of what concerns we've raised with who, maybe in what conversation, what the answer was. It's very, very hard. So it does end up being a very duplicative, heavy, repetitive process to make sure that we understand not only the page that we're on, the page that you're on, and the page that our fellow board members are on. I really want to underline how difficult and unsatisfying and stilting it is and yet we still manage to work as a group for very little and a huge time commitment. So thank you again. I started with thank you to the board. I will end with thank you to the board.
Indeed, it's an honor, it's a privilege. This meeting is adjourned.